All right, good morning and welcome to Direwolf Digital Studios. I'm Andrew Beckstrom, joined for the first time by Luke Wyman.
Yeah, hello again.
It's always good to see you, Luke.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And we're here at the 2022 Eternal World Championships. Today's day one. We've got 2 days of exciting Eternal action where we are going to be
2 full days.
2 full days,
Yeah.
and it'll be us, Patrick Sullivan. Fortunately, out of the country, so won't be joining us this weekend. But we'll be getting us down to a world champion. We're going to start off with 16 players, and we'll be talking in a moment about how that's going to work, about how we're going to get down to that world champion. Also of note, we have a new set coming up on the horizon.
Yeah.
And we're going to be talking about that, revealing the name, as well as more things about the set this weekend. But stay tuned for more information about that. But the primary focus this weekend, we've got a world championship.
Absolutely.
What's up for grabs?
Well, we've got a $55,000 prize pool today. Everyone participating is getting a minimum of $1,000, and first place will get a massive $15,000 payout.
And that's in USD,
USD.
not crypto, actual money. Okay, that's great.
Norwegian kroner.
There you go. All right. So who's going to walk away with that? Well, we're going to be starting it off this morning with draft. The way that the overall event is going to work is we're going to have 9 rounds of Swiss over day 1 and day 2. So let's start at the top there. So the first 3 rounds of Swiss, we're going to have the players draft. They're going to be drafting Unleashed, the current draft format, and it'll be best of 3. We'll be doing that for 3 rounds. Then we're going to switch over to Throne. The players have brought their best Throne decks, and we'll be doing another 3 rounds of that. At the end of today, no one will be eliminated. There's prizes all the way up and down the prize pool, and maybe somebody will have locked up virtually a spot in our top 4. If somebody goes 6-0, that will definitely be good enough. But we'll come back tomorrow morning, same time, starting it off with Expedition, another 3 rounds. After that, we're going to break it down to a top 4. But we might have some tiebreaker games. And so the way that works, it's going to be more simple as we get to that point of the tournament. But basically, for each person who is tied on that record in the top 4, there will be a tiebreaker match.
Right.
So
if
4th and 5th are tied, they'll play off for a 4th. If 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th are tied with the same record, they'll all play off for those final 2 spots in the top 4. And we'll have just one tiebreaker game for each slot in the top 4 that's tied up. And we'll be using Expedition for that. It'll be best of 3. And, we did this format last year at Worlds. We actually didn't end up having any tiebreaker games. It was just a clean cut.
Yeah.
But that, never know how these things will break out. After that, we will have a top 4 that'll be best of 5, single elimination with players' Expedition decks. And that top 4 will determine your world champion.
Absolutely. And it'll be an exciting ride all the way from start to finish. Never know who's going to make it until the very end, basically.
Yeah. I mean, it's, we like to, we've worked on this World Championship format the last couple of years, and we think we've arrived at a place where this is something where we give players an opportunity to demonstrate their skills in a variety of formats. These 3 formats are the 3 formats that players could have qualified for Worlds, and then ultimately giving them still enough time where they can lose a couple of times and still make it to that top 4.
Yeah. Some people are better at draft, some people are better at Throne, some at Expedition. You're going to have mastery of all 3 formats to make it all the way to the end here.
Absolutely. So, to kick off the day, we're going to be starting off with draft. We're going to be stepping away while the players actually draft. There's a lot going on this weekend, and we've got to make sure we're well prepared for the coming rounds. So we're going to be stepping away from the stream in a few minutes here, and we'll be gone for about 45 minutes. And then when we come back, we will have all of the players ready to go for that first round of draft. We'll probably be checking out the Overmaster, the defending world champion, their match.
Yeah, they made a great showing last year for anyone who saw that. And if you didn't, well, you got 50 minutes to binge watch the whole thing.
You go check out the VOD to last year's Worlds. Yeah. So, we got a new set coming out. We've got Worlds. We've got our chapters. I don't know if this is rocking any boats, giving too much away, but some of the recent cards may or may not have been taking place in the place that we're going to be heading to.
I think people have figured that out by now, that we are not in Myria anymore, Toto.
No, it's true, and it is the next world we're sort of going to be spending some time in. It's quite a bit different, and we're very excited for you all to start seeing it. I think this was this place we really spent a lot of time working on the creative and the art concepting early on, and I think it's really paid off in a way that players are going to be really excited by.
Yeah, it's a very exciting set. It is unlike any set we have done before, and I think people have picked up on some of the clues from this chapter and the previous chapter, but the name should give away a fair amount of what is going on in this set, I think.
All right, so stay tuned for that. So what's going to happen, again, right now, we're going to step away. The players are going to finish up drafting their decks, and then we'll be back with the first round of action here at the World Championships. We're going to be here today and tomorrow. This is definitely the biggest World Championship going on this weekend. That little one with the kicking of the ball is nothing. This is where the action is at.
Yeah.
So make sure you stay tuned here at twitch.tv/DireWolfDigital. For now, we're going to step away, and we'll be back with the first round of action here at the World Championships. We'll see you in about 40 minutes.
Yeah, see you all soon.
Welcome back, and thanks for everyone's patience. We are back and almost ready to go here for the start of the draft rounds. The players drafted, sent in their decks, distributed the pools out to players, and we're going to be checking out the Overmaster in just a few moments here
Yep.
as they start their title defense. They won our World Championships last year, and they're going to be doing it again. Well, they're going to try to do it again this year up against a field of 15 other fantastic competitors. These players reached the World Championships by either winning an Open, winning one of our community events, our community-run tournaments, or by accumulating a number of top 4 finishes necessary to be here in the World Championships. And very excited to see how their drafts came together. We'll be checking that out shortly. If we want to take a look at the players that are competing in today's, so we see Alex Fierro, Allison, Apple Chips, Collector, Fiend, Game Grump, Gozu, I'm a Straight, Iron Man, It's Tens, Jano, Notorious GHP, Portich, The Burgund, The Overmaster, and Watchwolf 92. So those are your 16 competitors. They're going to be doing battle over 9 rounds of Swiss competition across 3 formats.
Yep.
The first 6 of those starting off in just a moment here, and then the last 3 tomorrow to get us down to our top 4.
Yeah, that's a pretty star-studded cast. Any one of them could take the gold tomorrow, and it'll be exciting to see who does it.
Yeah. I mean, you know, when we watch top players play, the competition is always fierce, and it's always interesting to see how much atypical play things. We like to call it out when you can. The kinds of plays that you don't necessarily see when you're playing on the ladder in the queues. There's a level of play that is necessary to defeat other top competitors. It doesn't mean you're making ridiculous gambits and bluffs just recklessly, but when you don't know who your opponent is and they make a play that maybe signals or hints at something going on with their hand, how they feel about their position in the game, if you're playing on the ladder, you kind of have to take it as maybe that play wasn't made with as much high-level intentionality as you might expect, or you could project onto them. When you're playing in the World Championships and your opponent does something unusual outside of the norm, you really got to laser in and think about what does that mean? Why are they doing that? Because these players aren't just making plays at random. Every game here is going to be so important.
Yeah, absolutely. Players have each other's deck lists as well. That is true even for our draft round. We had all the draft decks sent out to each player. So sometimes they might be making a play based off of, well, I know my opponent can't deal with this, or it's very unlikely, or whatever. Like the knowledge going into each game that it's just very exciting to see what can come out of that.
Yeah, and maybe you hold back a key piece of removal or interaction because you know your opponent has, you know, like a Spire Loyalist or some kind of bomb flyer that would just take over the game if left unchecked. All right, so we're going to get started here with the first round of competition. We'll be heading down and checking out the Overmasters match as soon as they're up and ready. How are things looking at that end, Tim? All right, sounds like we'll be up and running in a moment.
Okay.
$55,000 up for grabs. Unfortunately, we can't grab it. It's not here in the office. But yeah, looking.
Oh, wouldn't that be exciting?
Yeah. If they can beat us, But you know, we've talked. We're always kicking around ideas for how to do things, and you know, we've talked about ideas like we face off against a dev and see if you can win the money or we get to keep it. But that idea has never seemed very good because one, we like to have integrity, and 2, they couldn't beat us, so we would never give any.
Right? Yeah. The Overmaster's got nothing on me.
All right, the Overmaster and Allison getting our draft round started here. The Overmaster at the top of your screen. They've got, looks like a mono fire deck to start, kicking it off with a Grenadin Rescue. Meanwhile, Allison got a Rakano deck. They're going to play out Justice Unit. They've got no fire influence to start.
Right. That's going to set them back. They currently can play 0 of the cards in their hand there. Meanwhile, the Overmaster has plenty of cards that they can play, and they're going to.
Yeah. They've got a copy. They got a couple copies of Engraver. They played the first one of those out. Allison now is going to miss a power drop and is not going to be able to play anything this turn. The Overmaster yeah, if they can keep on applying pressure, they're going to be able to take this one down, though that 0-5 Mithril Guardian is doing a good job.
Yeah, now Overmaster has to consider, do I want to be more aggressive here and play one of these? Okay, yep, Dark Art Acolyte is pretty strong. Deals with the 0-5 in its own way in that taunt must be blocked. Though, seeing some fire from Allison, now Allison can get online herself.
Yeah, and you know that Molten Feet being inscribed, some nice tech there for the Overmaster. Now things get a little tricky about can the Overmaster make much progress, and they can by way of just attacking with everything. All right, they're going to hold back those 1/1s. I mean, you can make an attack like this if you're the Overmaster. Allison can absorb all of this. The question is, do they go for something like block Engraver on Engraver, or do they just let things bounce off? And they're going to go for the block where the Engravers are going to die, producing some extra Totemites.
Right, getting the extra Totemite means they can play this Grizzled Hermit in their hand. If they draw a Fire Sigil, they'll be able to play the Stone Scar Maul, and that could really shake things up here. Meanwhile, Overmaster is going to just flood the field with Etched Totemites of their own.
Yep. So Allison does pick up Fire Influence. Both of the Totemites pop off. They're going to have 7 power to work with this turn. And if they want, they can get down the Maul.
Yep. Maul taking down the 1/4 taunt.
Yeah, so, okay, so it looks like the Overmaster is actually Skycrank. They're picking up a Primal Sigil.
We'll have to see what that Primal is for here in a moment.
Yeah.
Ooh. That's a big swing from the Overmaster here. Getting rid of that Maul, dealing whopping 9 damage. It's not looking good for Allison. Allison doesn't have enough power to play 2 cards.
All right, well, look at this. Black Book's Enforcer is going to upgrade that Mithril Guardian up to a 5/5. But now the Overmaster, it's got some options. You know, if they play a Party Crasher, they could maybe exhaust the Mithril Guardian and attack with everything. And really, at this point, they just need to get Allison low enough with a copy of Soulfire and Grizzled Hermit in hand. Allison's down to 5, and you know they don't know it, but they are facing down Lethal Burn in hand.
Yeah, that Soulfire with Unleash can just hit Allison in the face twice here. And there's unfortunately nothing that she can do about it. Like, playing a lifesteal unit looks great when you're at 5, but unfortunately that Soulfire will give the Overmaster game 1.
All right. So, you know, look, that's a nice start off there from the Overmaster. We got a pair of fire decks up against it. From both players, the draft looked to have gone pretty solid. We didn't see any crazy haymakers, so the Dark Card Acolyte is one of the best reasons to be fire in the format.
Absolutely. Acolyte can do some serious work, both early and late game.
All right, so for Allison, they will be on the play here in game number 2. You know, I don't think anything's really changed, though. I think until you get into the game, until you see exactly how the Overmaster has put their deck together, you know, the players get sent out just the deck pool, you'd see, okay, this is a deck that's looking to get pretty aggressive, and so maybe a redraw decision would have gone differently. They were on the play in that first game, and they just kind of couldn't make a few plays on a couple of key turns, and that looked like that was the difference. If they had been able to get down a few more blockers during the course of the game, things pretty much change.
Yeah, having a handful of 4-drops that you can't even play, just unfortunate all around for her.
Yeah, I mean, if they had just even hit that 4th Justice Sigil on time, even not getting to fire, they would have been able to just get a Mithril Guardian down as a 5/5, and that would have been a lot to contend with.
Absolutely.
All right, so
could have been a completely different game.
All right, so the Overmaster is redrawn once, and it looks like they're going to keep this second hand. Allison, once again, going to be working through some power issues. They've got a Warning Shot they can inscribe, they'll do so, and they've got a couple of Engravers they can play.
Like, Allison doesn't have any Justice Sigils here, but I think they've got a better start than they did from what we saw from the previous game, at the very least.
I agree.
Molten Feet, another inscribe card.
Yeah, they're going to hold off on inscribing it. I guess at this point they think they need more Justice influence. It's not that they really need to get another max power. And so they get out there an Engraver. And the Overmaster is looking to really take advantage of Dark Heart Acolyte this game. We'll see if Allison can find a way to contend with it, but I imagine it's going to be played because next turn you're all set up to start Creighton Dragons.
Yeah, there's a lot of options in Overmaster's hand to proc that Frenzy. We've got Crinkle Boys with Snowballs. We've got Sleight of Hand, which might give Snowballs. The Frostburn can hit Allison in the face. So yeah, a lot of options here.
All right, so Dark Heart Acolyte. Allison is gearing up for a big turn, or the Overmaster is gearing up for a big turn next turn. Allison's still missing a second faction of influence, getting now just hosed on the Justice end of things. They'll play out another Engraver. They're not going to be able to use that extra power they got from the Edge Totemite. And now here the problems start for the Overmaster. One of the things with Dark Heart Acolyte is if you can proc it, it's probably a good idea to do so when you can. You never know if you'll still have the ability later.
Yep, and it'll be interesting to see which of his options he goes for here.
So there's something like the Crinkle Boys just going face. You do miss out on getting to play the Crinkle Boys additional times.
Right.
But keep in mind, once you get to 6 power, you already have Riot Flame, and that's the amount of the dragons that Dark Heart Acolyte creates will cost. So that's something. If you use Frostburn, you could go on the Etched Totemite 1 to face, and you deny the extra max power for next turn.
Which seems to be the option Overmaster has gone with here,
Yeah.
as well as invoking who knows what. Ooh, an Ice Over. Okay.
Yeah, and that's pretty useful just from the perspective of being able to get an additional power. You know, they played out a Primal Sigil before they played the Frostburn. They may have inscribed that Ice Over had they done things in the other order.
Yeah, it could have been an interesting line of play that way. But yeah, Overmaster really does want to hit 6. The Inscribe will help get there, and the Sleight of Hand. So yeah, now Overmaster can hit 6 to get that Dragon or that Riot Flame, while the Sleight of Hand would not have actually been able to help get any sigils due to transforming power into snowballs.
Yep. All right, so Allison, by drawing that Hoof Stomp, has stopped the immediate danger of just getting completely overwhelmed by dragons.
Right.
If we look at the Overmaster's hand, they're still going to have a lot to contend with beyond just that dragon, but at least it's just one dragon. All right, so we see a Sleight of Hand. 1 power got transformed into a Snowball.
Going to snowball the Totemite, deny that power again.
Yeah, it could make the difference with something like a Stone Scar Maul. Allison did whiff on finding Justice Influence. The great thing about the way that Influence does work, though, in Eternal is that once they find that first one, it'll unlock multiple plays on the same turn. So that's pretty nice.
Yes, she'll be able to play both the Overseer and the Peacekeeper. So she's just looking for the one. A second would be nice to be able to get out the 3/5 as well.
Okay, so the Overmaster, being at 15, they didn't want to be in a spot where a single removal effect takes them from 15 down to 9 by playing out a dragon. And that is kind of what would have happened. Allison top decks Justice Influence. They would have been able to play this Covenant Peacekeeper in their hand, which stuns an enemy unit. So would have made a big difference there.
So trading the Engraver for one of the Crinkle Boys here. Not playing the Covenant Peacekeeper, though.
Yeah, I think Allison, you know, they're at 24, but I don't think they're going to get over the finish line particularly fast. And so saving that stun effect for the dragon when it comes down, I'm guessing that's a priority. And, you know, we could see the Overmaster take a little bit of a risk and put out the dragon this turn, and it would pay off nicely that we waited on the Peacekeeper.
Yep. Yeah, she's got quite a journey to go here at 15 health still. And she is, well, she has a lot fewer cards in hand than Overmaster here. Overmaster playing it safe, playing Thunderpop to get rid of the Overseer. Does not particularly care for a 5th Primal Sigil at this point in time, though. And another engraver. We've seen a lot of engravers between the two of these competitors.
All right, so we get the refugee down. 3-5 endurance and valor. So it's a very solid attacker on boards like this because you just can't meet. It's very difficult to meaningfully combine smaller units to block it down. And by being a 3-5, it still also will hold the fort back. So we're going to see a Rocky Ride plus a Riot Flame take down the 3-5. Look at all these units crashing in, and yeah, the Overmaster has never managed to get this dragon down. Here's a Grizzled Hermit. It's going to apply some pressure.
More 6-drops in Overmaster's hand.
Yeah. Yeah, that Jotun Spellhammer 4/4 Aegis looks like it'll be pretty good. Question is, will we see that or will we see the dragon? We're going to see the dragon and the Gron. And now for Allison, it's going to be Covenant Peacekeeper stunning the dragon. And if you want, you could twist the Hermit and attack with it. It would command a trade. But we're going to hold off. The Dangerbot Revenge is back. Another Spellhammer.
Ooh. Yeah, things are not looking good for Allison here. Doesn't have any good attacks facing a dragon and a pair of Spellhammers. Just, she's going to need to draw something good in the next turn or two here. If she even has a second turn. Yep, blocking with the Tinker would mean not getting that in tune. A trade with the Peacekeeper. Okay.
Yeah, so you could make that block, and then you could twist the Hermit, and that can tussle with the Spellhammer. Oh.
Ooh.
Yeah, Icicles is going to be rough here, because if it gets played, we're going to get to overwhelm damage to the face. And if you attack with everything, so it's 9 after the Icicles, 5 from the dragon in the air, so it's a 4. If you block the 2 biggest things, it's still almost lethal. It's not quite. They would drop all the way down to 1. But the Overmaster's going to play it a little more conservative. They're going to get out. Oh, no. Okay, so they're just going to do this post attacks, and they're just going to queue up for next turn. But, yeah, Allison is done as that dragon was too much to deal with. So we saw the Dark Heart Acolyte just only produce 1 dragon that game. It was kind of the difference.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, maybe Allison could have, like, tangoed with everything else going on.
Yeah, the Spellhammers are a force to be reckoned with, to be sure, but like we just saw that she had drawn a 4/4 there, would have been able to have blocked 1, buff 1 of her other units in the meantime, or shrink 1 of the opponents. So yeah, the not having a permanent answer for the dragon was definitely the major difference in that match.
All right, so it's not single elimination. We are playing 9 rounds of Swiss over these 2 days, so Allison still very much alive in the event, but a great start to things for the Overmaster as they're 1-0 with their Skycrag deck. We'll take a look around the field and see if we can hop into one of the other 7 matches that was going on in this round. So we're going to be checking out now Apple Chips versus Game Grump. Game Grump looks like they've got an FJP build. Apple Chips has got Skycrag, and you said Apple Chips is up a game here. So I'm liking the spot right now from Apple Chips. They are going to lose this Dark Heart Acolyte to a Loot String Bow.
And lose that point of armor as well.
I'm a little surprised we didn't see the Teriax Screecher take down the Acolyte.
I think it was to make sure that could get rid of the maul that Apple Chips was wielding at the time.
Good call. Yes, it can be a little tricky to see that relic weapon there, but you're totally right. All right, so now up we've got a 5/5 dragon coming down from that Dark Heart Acolyte, and will Apple Chips Battlefront Dasher it? Will they trick throw? We're going to see Battlefront Dasher.
Yeah. What's scarier than a 5/5 dragon? 6/6 charge dragon.
Yeah. Now, a tricky spot here for Game Grump. If they want, they can attack with everything and maybe trade off with that 2/1 on the ground, but they're going to hold it back And do you play out the Teriak Screecher?
Yeah, you miss out on the contract. Oh, going for the contract anyway.
Yeah, there's something to be said for just getting in. So they'll do that. Looks like Apple Chips is trying to finish this game off in the next 2 turns. They're going to attack with the dragon. They'll play another dragon. But we see now a copy of the Crinkle Boys.
Come down, take out the Dasher. Good first step.
Yeah. The problem here is that the way that Game Grump played it, it didn't give them any chance of killing that dragon with the Crinkle Boys, which is going to be a problem. Because now what Apple Chips can do is they can, if they go Trick Throw on the Screecher and attack with both, they would force a chump block from the Borderlands Waykeeper. Another way Apple Chips could play it is they could attack with just the 6/6, and if there's no block, you just win the game with a Trick Throw. But they're going to go for this line, and they're actually going to get rid of the Screecher to get a snowball. So they just want to try to ensure that no removal can interact with the board. So now they have 2 lethal dragons. Game Grump has 7 on board, and Black Book's Enforcer is not going to be enough here, so Apple Chips is going to take that down. They also couldn't play the Black Book's Enforcer because that was a very ambitious-looking power base for that deck.
Yeah, 3 faction in draft.
Yeah, not the easiest.
Not the easiest.
You can
for sure.
do it. Inscribe from the Cold Hunt packs will help quite a bit. All right, so back here in the booth here, so Apple Chips also advancing 2-0. In the way that, if you're not familiar with Swiss pairings, it means that each round the players are going to get paired up against somebody that they haven't played in that format who has a similar record to them.
Yes.
And so that, yeah. We'll be checking out another match now. Let's see.
Okay.
We've got Portage up 1 against Fiend here, and looks like a pretty close game. There are a couple of happy harvesters here, but Fiend can really get the board shrunk down with a Cloud Scraper.
Oh, just a little bit too early with those flying units in hand, but still, 6/5 on the ground is nothing to scoff at for sure.
No.
And Fiend does have this caloric mix and to deal with one of those flyers.
Yeah, the Nevermore could be a cool combat trick. Transforms an enemy unit into a 1/1 flyer. Since it's fast, it could be nice breaking up a double block here. Portage is very limited on power, and they've got a lot to do with the Tenured Graviturgist, getting the Wind Screamer down, getting the Cloud Snake down. They're going to go for this first. And how aggressive are we going to see Fiend get here? Not at all is the answer.
Portage getting their 5th power won't open up any options this turn, but could next turn if they play one of their 4. Okay, went for one of the 2s. Now, I'm expecting maybe the Thunderpop to face, make one of those Happy Harvesters fly.
Yeah, and as we can see, there's a real you got to be careful about when you do it. Right now with that Nevermore up, if the Thunderpop would be played on the face, and then Nevermore the Wind Screamer in response, the Wind Screamer won't be there to give something flying, as it won't see the Frenzy.
Very true.
All right, so now Borderlands Waykeeper is up, and so now Portage is, has taken advantage of all the time Fiend has given them, and they're going to get to attack with both of these units.
Fiend has a handful of fast spells in hand, though, so caloric mix on the Screamer. Or not the Screamer, the Cloud Snake.
Yep.
Okay.
But for Fiend, they're going to have to figure out a way to deal with the rest. I mean, one way to deal with this situation is to transform the Wind Screamer. It shrinks it down. Now, if Portage wants to, they've got their last chance here with this Thunder Pop. They can go face, and that will get a flyer into the mix.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty appealing option, personally. A 4/5 flyer, 3/4 Aegis flyer, and a 1/1 flyer against a completely landlocked board.
Right. The problem is if you do this Thunder Pop play and you make one of the Harvesters a flyer, Fiend can can attack and a double block. They'll be able to take out that bigger flyer. And Fiend has done a nice job of emptying their hand out before this Binding Agreement. But that's a card that shows that's in a couple of the Throne decks this weekend.
Oh.
Some of the bigger time decks playing with this.
Opted not to use the Thunder Pop there, so.
No. And I think that's okay. I think it opens up more ways. Basically, the way that Portage is saying they want to play the game is they don't need to try to make their clock very fast. What they need to do is ensure they have a couple of good flying threats, and then they can use the Thunder Pop and this Reverberating Strike and those Happy Harvesters to ensure that they're not getting attacked back on the ground.
Right.
All right, so here we go. Binding Agreement. They put all the cards in their hand on the bottom of their deck, and they keep drawing cards until they hit 2 cards with the same power cost, 2 non-power cards. And so they hit 2 3s, and so it stops there. So they lost a card in hand and then drew 5.
That's
so
a pretty good deal.
Pretty good deal for 6. And when you consider that one of those 3s is a copy of the Crinkle Boys, they're going to be able to do quite a bit of work on this board.
Putting the... Yeah, I like that play. They'll be able to ultimate again and have a 4/4 Aegis flyer. That's a pretty respectable unit, especially since Fiend... Well, Fiend can get rid of that Aegis with one of these Crinkle Boy copies.
Right.
Leaving open a Caloric Mix in the future.
Yep.
Or they could just take out the 1/1 and the 2/2 flyer.
Yeah, that keeps things the smallest. It's certainly a little annoying, but so I think we're going to see them go for the option where they kill the one you described.
Yep. Yes, the 2/2. Yes.
The disadvantage of this line is you don't get the Jotun run down this turn, but it sets up for a pretty good turn next turn where you get to go Jotun run, Makeshift Barrier, hold up Caloric Mix. So we see Portage ultimating the Borderlands Waykeeper again, getting another point of strength on it because they picked it up and replayed it with Tenured Graviturgist. Another flyer joins the board, and we do have to kind of consider how much just raw damage is coming across as we have 7 in the air, another 2 plus 1 in hand, so 10 damage right now is possible this turn, though that Caloric Mix we expect to break up a big chunk of it.
Yes, absolutely. Leaving the 2 power open, I would be very surprised if the Caloric Mix does not come down on the Waykeeper here.
And, you know, with the way that Fiend has played it, I think Portage, there's a decent chance they expect a Caloric Mix. Just because you know what's in your opponent's hand or even suspect it doesn't mean it's obvious. Yes, it may be making things a little bit awkward right now if you don't attack, but you could also just be allowing them more time that they don't deserve.
Right.
All right, so everything's coming in. We're going to see that Caloric Mix contracted. The 4/4 is going to bite the dust. But we're going to see a lot of pressure coming back next turn.
Yeah, with 3 damage, reducing Fiend to 5, and Portage holding 3 points of burn. Fiend is going to need to do something crafty here, with 7 power to do it.
Yeah, and now they have Tenured Graviturgist, and they have the Makeshift Barrier.
They also have a Jotun Runt and a lot of units to attack with.
Wow, this Reverberating Strike could be really big because it might open up things on the ground as... Look how much is coming across.
Yeah, looks like it's just holding up those Grenadin, which will die to the Reverberating Strike. And, of course, the Makeshift Barricade. But I think Fiend is just hoping to get something from the General Horgo that will be the Jotun will be turning into here.
Right, so when Jotun run attacks with 2 or more other units, it transforms into General Horgo, and when 1 or more of your units hits the enemy player, you create and draw a random spell. Now right now, the way that they're playing it, all of their power is going to get used up, just transforming Makeshift Barrier and Tenure Graviturgis, but maybe they can come up with something better to do than that. It looks like Portich is taking a series of blocks, which has them taking just a ton of damage.
Oh, yeah.
They're going down to 3.
Yeah, would be going down to 3, and with Horgo proccing, looks like 4 times here. That's a lot of potential spells that could burn out that last 4 damage.
So a very difficult decision here for Portich. You know, anytime you want to... They know that Reverberating Strike could be so unlikely to open things up on the ground. So we are going to see that a block there from the 2-1, the Kirin, and they did that because they think they have enough damage, I guess. Well, it looks like they're a point short, but maybe they think they can get some damage from the ground. So now we'll see Tenure Graviturgis pick up a Crinkle Boys.
Oh, I like that play.
And now we see a transform of the Makeshift Barrier.
Reverberating Strike getting rid of those Grenadin and the Aegis on Horgo.
So we're going to see this right now. And they scouted to the bottom, and I think Portich did not get what they needed here.
No.
Yeah, they needed...
I believe they are 1 point shy.
Yeah, they left it Nevermore on top, or they put it to the bottom because it wasn't going to be enough. And, yeah, that decision to block with the Kirin is going to ultimately cost them this game. Certainly, there were plenty of cards that Fiend could have had in hand that could have made that decision right. But, yeah, it has put now Portich in a spot where if they attack with everything, the blocks go on the Happy Harvesters, and the Fiend would drop to 1. And then with the Crinkle Boys, that Blade Throw, it's just trivial for Fiend to get lethal back. So,
okay.
Quite a nice comeback there from Fiend. I mean, we saw them. There was a point in that game where they were just behind many, many flyers on the board.
Oh, yeah.
Had not applied much pressure that game. They had not done much work on the health total. And, you know, we saw a lot of very small decisions matter. Fiend had that Cloud Scraper that could have attacked into the Happy Harvesters for a while. Portich had that decision about whether to use Thunder Pop to make another flyer with the Wind Screamer. And, yeah, it's just a good old-fashioned, clean, tight game of Eternal.
Yeah, there was a lot of interesting decision points. Could have changed the game either way. And we're going to see Game 3 in just a moment here.
All right, so Portich with a beautiful-looking hand with a couple copies of the Endangered Kirin at the top of your screen, and they're going to get to go first. And we might get to see some very nice-looking plays early on in the game. Fiend does have a copy of that Blast, the Alchemy Blast, that could just break things up. Or sorry, Beaker Blast.
Beaker Blast, yeah.
Yeah. They do have to decide if they want to play Depleted Power on turn 1, if they want to fire off Seek Power. Got a lot of options here.
Yeah, they are holding all of their factions in hand, even without the Seek Power. So they are going to go for the Seek Power for another Time Sigil. Makes sense. They have a double time card in their hand. We'll see the Endangered Kirin, and that, like you said, that might just get Beaker Blasted immediately. Looks like that is the line. Bringing Portich back down. Has another Kirin, but Fiend does have a Crinkle Boys, but does not have the Primal to play it quite just yet.
Right. So they'll inscribe. And it worked out well for them that they didn't, kind of, because there is that copy of Stone Skin up there that'll stop things. Oh, wow.
True.
Skycrag Adept. All right, so we're going to see Doonhill Clan 4-cost, 5/5 endurance, unleash. Doesn't have the power to do much more than that yet.
Still, a 5/5 endurance this early is a force to be reckoned with, to be sure.
So now Fiend is frustrated. They were hoping they would really stabilize behind this 5/5, but that 3/4 immediately slamming in. Could be a Nevermore, could be a Stone Skin. Turns out Portage has both of them available right now. And for Portage, probably going to see something like the Civ come down. Could make a Deadly Scorpion.
I could see the Civ coming down here. Even with the Contract 2, we'll still have 4 power next turn to play either the Thaumaturgist or the Nevermore. Lots of options open. And, you know, 1/1 Deadly is a good answer to a 5/5 Endurance, if you ask me.
I didn't, but I wish I had, because that's a great answer. All right, we're going to see Nevermore right now. So not wanting to mess around with letting a 5/5 sit and play.
Right. Doing it on Portage's turn just in case Fiend has an answer to the Nevermore.
So we'll see Happy Harvester. It's going to ship a Marison's Legacy to the bottom. A little unfortunate there just because that's such a strong card.
Oh, yeah. And Fiend opted not to inscribe their Cloud Scraper, rather feels the Contract is more relevant here against Portage's horde of flyers, as we saw last game.
So we are going to see a Civ. It's going to give itself Killer, take out that 1/1. This opens up another attack for 5. And, you know, the nature of the format is just getting a little extra health from this Nomura. Getting some extra damage in can make a difference. It really constrains what your opponent can do. And the ground is a little gummed up, but the Endangered Kieran can keep coming in.
Yeah, Portage has just been looking for any and every opportunity to get in as much damage as possible. And Fiend is just trying to prevent as much of that as possible, stabilizing for some of these bigger plays in their hand here. Like this Skycrag Adept that they drew. That could change things, especially with the Crinkle Boys in hand. Fiend is willing to get rid of that Civ. Civ with Revenge will come back sometime in the next 10 cards, but not an issue have to deal with right now.
And yeah, and this isn't the way they did this was nice. They were able to use Trick Throw here to clear out both of those units. They got rid of the Stone Skin, so they're holding on to that Backlash. Now we're going to see Cloud Scraper is going to take out the Endangered Kieran. And disappointingly to Portage is that's something that you can't Backlash.
Right. Yeah. No negating contracts in our game. But comes down with another flyer. Will not use the 10-year Graviturgist's ability, though.
Yeah, they wanted to leave that 3/4 in play, so if the Cloud Scraper does attack, there's more of a threat of a counter.
Ooh, and there's that Jotun. Not enough units in play to turn him into Horgo just yet. But Portage is sitting at a very comfortable 31, and Fiend just went down to single digits. Though, we're going to get rid of that Graviturgist here as well.
They're going to try to. That Scale Hide looks ready to go in terms of keeping it around. But yeah, this is once again setting things up for General Horgo. Oh, we could just use the Backlash. Yeah, I like using the Backlash there. It could, you know, obviously you're using it on a Snowball. Maybe you could use it on something bigger. But what it does is it means the Scale Hide can still be used to push a little damage. And with Reverberating Strike, a 2/2 flyer, each point could be the difference here.
Yeah.
Portage looks like they're going to fall pretty far behind on board here in a moment, and they're just going to be relying on their deck to deliver them some face damage.
So I think we're going to see this Sarasaur? Well, we could see the Adept, but Sarasaur giving something killer would bypass the +3 health that the scale would give, yeah.
Yeah, The tricky thing with the Sarasaur line is if Portage has like a Nevermore, this goes pretty badly. They don't. Oh, we're actually going to see it go after that. And wow, I mean, this is... I guess Fiend has the
caloric
mix.
mix. Yeah, going for the more aggressive, has to whittle down that 32 health somehow.
Okay. So that Scale High does not kill the Cloud Scraper, and we're still just going to take all the damage back. So
And get another card from Horgo here.
copy of Raise. And the 3/4 has to come in, I would think.
So now, because use the Scale Hide will not be able to protect against this caloric mix. So Fiend has got to be sweating at 5.
So yeah, so no attack by the Nomura, and that means that now the Graviturgus is going to go down. Fiend, yeah, just at 5, and so Portage is going to be trying to find a way to squeeze a little more damage out.
Oh, yeah. Adept, get back
You get back the Beaker Blast.
the Beaker Blast, yeah.
Kill that thing.
Big attacks.
Yeah, this is going to be lethal in just a turn or two. Not sure what the advantage was of playing this strike then.
I think it's just because if Portage has 4 damage of burn in their deck.
Oh, I just meant this before the attack.
Oh, sure.
I guess General Horgo could come up with something like some kind of negate effect, and that would be an issue. Midnight Disappearance. There's Civ.
Free card. Does have to make the contract decision immediately. Will contract and draw another power and
Yep. So that's
jumps
going to
the
do
way
it.
out of
Fiend
there. Yeah.
takes it down. Tim, I'm guessing that was last match. All right, so that was it for round number 1 of draft. We'll be back
Oh, yeah.
for a second round. So that was an exciting match to end things on, and we'll be back
Absolutely.
with another round of draft in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
See you soon.
Okay, welcome back. We got round 2 here. We'll get that updated on the screen in just a moment.
Mm-hmm.
Of the draft of the nine Swiss rounds that we're going to use to take this field of 16 awesome competitors down to a top 4 the top 4 tomorrow. For now, we're on to round number 2 of things, and we saw the Overmaster win, Fiend, and we're going to be checking out some more of the field to get a sense for what's going on. A lot of close games so far. I mean, one of the things that makes this format so challenging and skill intensive is the fact that there's ways to go face to apply a little extra pressure, and flexible ones too. You know, maybe use the Crinkle Boys on some enemy units, maybe you use them on going to the face. It all works, and you just have to figure out the right way to sequence your cards. Most of these games, it feels like they're winnable if players played perfectly with perfect knowledge of the future. You don't really get that, of course.
No. Very, very few people have that particular gift.
Yeah. All right. So when we got our next competitors ready to go for their match, we'll be heading down to it. As a reminder, we will be checking out the new set, taking a quick look at it a little bit later on in the show, and we'll be talking about pre-orders and all kinds of fun stuff. We know it's been a little bit of a wait since our last set came out, but team's been hard away cooking up something pretty special, and so we look forward to sharing more of that with you all soon.
Yeah, and looks like we're going into our match here.
All right, so down we've got Collector bringing a Xenon deck to the mix, and they're going to get Toxic on turn 1 here, making up a 2/3 Deadly Wisp. Top of your screen, I'm a straight. They got a 3-faction Time Justice Primal build.
So Collector here, they have an inscribe card for time. Oh, there we go. That's going to help them a lot here. They'll be able to actually play Happy Harvester on curve. Though we'll get that Caloric Mist or mix taking out their poor Wisp.
Happy Harvester sees Panic Ensues, puts it to the bottom, and now I'm a straight is gonna hurdle up behind some makeshift defenses. And that's 0-5. They could use Stone Skin to punch through, but they're going to use Happy Harvester to get another thing down. Pretty important decision here for Collector. If you leave that Sigil on top, maybe you could get to the Carnosaur beta, but instead they're going to inscribe the beta.
They did leave the Sigil on top anyway, so possibly they want lots of power in the near future.
Yeah, we're going to see a Stone Skin here be used to break through the makeshift barrier. Scaly Gron bounces off the Harvester. Feels like I'm a Straight is doing a good job of keeping themselves alive here. They're at 23, and they've got some really strong late game cards here, like Icy Glider, Binding Agreement.
Yeah, Collector with a street gang. Might hit something, might not. Oh, that was one. So
yeah, discard the top 3 cards of the enemy player's deck. For each spell they discard, hit them for 2. But yeah, this game is definitely going to slow down here now for Collector. Those 3/4s just bounce off the Scaly Gron, and 2 of them would trade with a Happy Harvester. Wouldn't have necessarily minded getting that trade if you're a Collector, as it opens things up maybe a little better for the 4/2.
Right. Yeah, I was honestly expecting that attack to keep the 4/2 more open here. Collection rounds during the main phase. I guess to be able to play the Cerasor with the contract.
Okay, that takes out the Gron. And still no attacks with the Harvester. Okay.
Well, knowing that you have these 2 taunt units might be trying to get rid of the 2 ones that way.
Yeah, you got to hand it to Collector. They have really set things up nicely.
So seeing Vanquish taking out that gang, and Dune Weave to get rid of the flyer, attack with everything, have to block these Minotaurs with taunt. Getting in for 8, that is... Just a moment ago we had kind of a clogged board, and
yeah.
everything is coming up Collector now.
Yeah, this is nice. Now Questioning Devotee is going to bounce one of these back to hand, so the Happy Harvester is going to do some more harvesting. And you got to be careful here. Oh, looks like Immistrate is okay if there's an attack here. Or maybe they're going to use this Starving Horror.
Looks like they're intending to play the Starving Horror. No.
They're going to be using an attack position. So that transforms into Mother Zora. It's a 3/3 deadly. On your turn, your other units have +1/+1 and deadly. And now with this Icy Hold, Collector is still close to ending things. Oh, look at that. Stormwall Plating to gain some armor.
Get some armor and still make that power drop. That said, oops, suddenly a 5/1. And a pair of Happy Harvesters.
Scouting stuff down to the bottom. You know what?
Yep.
The Embezzler is going to stay on top here.
I would keep the Embezzler on top as well. I don't see a way for Imstraight to get out of this one.
No. If it wasn't for the Embezzler on top, an Icy Glider right now could take out the Starving Horror, and then by blocking everything but the Sarasaur. Oh, well, you know what? You also have that other Happy Harvester coming off stun.
Absolutely,
Yeah, this is pretty lost here. Oh, look at the nice little Aegis Deadly in hand. Very cute combo there. But, yeah, Cabal Embezzler just does the job.
It says you can block if you want, but you can't block this.
No, and even if that literally, that 5/2 unblockable was killed, all the other units, one of them would squeak through and would be
that
the last
was
3 points.
Very, very aggressive start from Collector. We'll see what happens in Game 2, which will be starting shortly here.
Yeah. I mean, it was incredible the way that Collector put that game plan together.
Oh, yeah.
Because you and I were both on the same page of like, all right, let's try to whittle down the board by trading off multiple of our units for those Totemites. But that collection rounds was set up beautifully. The use of that, plus the contract to take out the Scaligron, the Dune Wave takes out the Flyer, and now you have it where this collection rounds that you only spent 2 power on, it only kind of trades with 2 cards in the sense, and with 1 card in the sense that it hit the Grumbo's Platoon, which was an Unleash card, making those 2 units. But in terms of tempo and what it unlocked in terms of getting all of those other units through, such an enormous swing in the game.
It was definitely the defining point of the match. So I'm straight here. Look, I mean, a Scaligron this early is not a bad thing considering how aggressive Collector was before, though we're seeing 0 of those Happy Harvesters.
Yeah, so it's going to be definitely a slower game here. They've got a copy of Eavesdrop, a couple of Unleash cards, and Dune Wave, Panic Ensues, and Street Gang, and now finding a Friendly Visit. So,
going to inscribe the Eavesdrop to make sure that they can hit their 4 for that gang next turn.
Yeah, anytime you're behind in the game.
Ooh. Well, we saw Jotun Runt do some work in our previous game, so we'll see what it can do for I'm Straight. And looking very nice against an empty board, though.
Yeah, it's always a little tougher when you don't have that second unit out there, because it's like now you got to wait till it gets down there. We might just see an Icy Hold here to unlock some attacks. No, we're gonna hold off on that. We're gonna try to find another unit.
And there is one right there. The Griffin will not have Unleash due to no flyers, but I'm Straight just wants a unit. Doesn't care what it is at the moment.
Wow, look at this. Kill each unit with 2 strength or less. Not only does it kill both of those units, it also pops the Aegis, which will make things easier for it to deal with like Panic Ensues.
And I like Collector just going, yeah, are you going to block with your Jotun Runt? I don't think so. I'm going to get in for 4.
So now we're going to see Immistrate play out this Icy Hold, and yeah, part of this is just trying to find some kind of bigger action. They found an officer, a curfew patrol, and so they'll be able to use that to silence.
They don't have the second Justice Sigil at the moment.
You got to watch out for that with Unleash. All right, so there's a Thirsty Bat. An Icy Glider, though, a nice pickup. that's going to go after the Street Gang. Collector could have saved it with Stone Skin, but they're going to hold off. It looks like we're going to see now collection rounds.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the collection rounds come in. Whichever the runt will have to block one of these Minotaurs, and I think we're going to see the Stone Skin try and take that out, unaware of the Stutter Step in hand.
Yep, so Stutter Step for Ima Street, we'll see if that gets played, but we're going to first start things off with Stone Skin on one of those Minotaurs. I assume this is on the one being blocked by the Icy Glider.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
But yeah, so Stutter Step is going to make a unit disappear. It's going to make the Icy Glider disappear, so it won't be killed. We're going to see Panic Ensues on the Jotun Runt. That very nicely procs Frenzy for the Bat. And now we'll see the Icy Glider reappear. It wasn't played, so we don't see any kind of summon effect from it. It just reappeared. There's Warrior Monk. Not going to see the contract to gain health, as Collector is looking to use their power here. We might see a double Dune Wave on the Icy Glider.
Yeah, that's pretty respectable. Lets you get in with the Bat and the Monk. Not fearing much in retaliation here. Crankle Boys is a good pickup. Can pick off both of those X1s. And actually stop the Monk too, as we'll have 5 strength in play.
Yep. Yeah, Collector was pretty aggressive with how they used like that Panic Ensues. And so now they don't have a way to open the board up. They're going to be able to play out Kickflip Monk and Thirsty Bat. And now the makeshift barrier will be necessary to stop the flare.
Oh, and there's that second Justice Sigil. Exactly what I'm straight wanted at the moment.
Yeah, so
no exhausted enemy units,
yeah,
but still a 33 lifesteal endurance is nothing
the
to scoff
perfect
at.
top deck here from Collector and a Binding Agreement. This is going to stop when we hit a second card of the same cost. It only got 4. We got 2 Happy Harvesters. You mentioned where they were, and that's where they were. But, you know, they got 4 cards deeper in their deck, and these will give more health to the board. Wow.
Oh, yeah, this is a couple of Harvesters, scouting, keeping the Toxic Whip on top.
Yeah, and I like the Toxic Wisp because at some point this game, if you give Deadly to the Warrior Monk, it pushes so much damage through.
Yes.
Just by virtue of the Deadly Overwhelm interaction. So now we see a ton of stuff coming in. We're going to see enough stuff block the Warrior Monk to take it down, it looks like. But now, now Ima Street is rethinking. You can't, but you also can die. Like, because it's going to 7 minus the number of blockers is how much damage it's going to deal.
Right.
Ima Street, if you assume that the curfew officer is blocking, is going to be at a virtual 13. So we're going to see somewhere in the neighborhood of...
This looks like 7 damage.
Down to 4.
This looks like 7 damage and then gaining 3 back.
All right, well, we'll see, depending upon how the blocks go. I don't know that we had enough things block the Warrior Monk.
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Ima Street did that block real fast there, and I think they just miscounted by 1. They were certainly behind in the game, and now Collector takes it down. So, pretty timely top deck there on the Binding Agreement, but
yeah.
It's been a big difference here for time deck since it got buffed down to 6.
Yeah, Binding Agreement is a great source of card draw late game in these draft matches. Your deck is all filled with all sorts of costs. You could be drawing, well, you're drawing at least 2.
Yeah.
But you could be drawing pretty deep in that deck. We've seen 5 and 4. It can go further.
Yeah, it feels like it's actually gone on the lighter end.
Yeah.
It can be as few as 2. All right, so Collector takes that down. How are we looking for matches in the round, Tim? Gozu is up a game here. Notorious GHP got nothing in hand. They're at 7. They found a Rebel Sharpshooter. Well, that can block a Rebel Sharpshooter. And they're...
Well,
yeah.
not anymore, it can't.
Keep in mind, Gozu doesn't have a second Shadow Influence.
Oh,
so we'll
true.
be waiting to see that. Armaments Collector now for GHP. They hit 2 power, so they're just going to start playing stuff out. Barbarian Gorilla play. They can make 2 copies of this Unleash unit. And now we see a 2/3 for GHP.
Yeah, but having another flying unit in this situation, especially in Aegis, considering the call to hit can't hit either of them.
It can be inscribed to give Gozu a second source of Shadow Influence.
Yes.
Seems like a pretty good option. I mean, one thing that you could do with it is you could shrivel something post blocks here. They're going to hit the Armaments Collector. Biggest advantage of doing that is it gets the card out of their hand, so you don't have to worry about any fast spells. They're going to attack with everything. This is likely to just wipe out the board for both players. -1 Raven left standing here for Gozu. Up against Notorious GHP's top deck Rebel Sharpshooter. Into a Primal Sigil for Gozu, so this...
Yeah, gonna lose this race.
As things stand.
Plenty of time. Oh, Midnight Hunter.
So you hit him down to 5, and now the Midnight Hunter can sack the Raven, take down the Sharpshooter. Notorious GHP's on a 2-turn clock. They found a Fire Sigil. They're going to get 1 more draw step after this. Oh, and a Cloudlight Shaman is going to break this thing open. So, you know.
I don't know what's in Notorious's deck, but I don't think it can deal with this board.
Nah, no. So Gozu takes it down 2-0, and you know, I mean, sometimes the best you can do in a spot is like, all right, I'm going to make this play. It's going to get it down to where, in the case of Gozu, you had a slight advantage by being up a 1/1 Raven, and then you're just hoping to top deck better than your opponent. And that's a fine play to make. Sometimes players can play too conservatively, and then their opponent can top deck something that can make it so they no longer get the trade that they could have gotten in the past.
Yeah.
And in that spot where you had those, I would say those 3/1 overwhelms on the ground for Gozu were less valuable than things like than 2/3 flying Aegis.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And so for Gozu to recognize that maybe I could make these attacks better with the overwhelm units in the future, it's more likely they come up with a single unit which just brick walls all of these 3/1s, and now they could just kill me in the air. And things worked out. All right. So we're now checking out Game Grump up against Alex Fierro. This is game number 3, and it is very close here now. Looks like we're on Game Grump's turn.
Yeah, this is a very interesting situation. We've got a bunch of removal in both players' hands. We don't know what's in Alex's discard pile, but to get back with the Adept. But yeah, there's a lot of possible options on both players' sides here.
Yeah, I mean, Game Grump as it stands could, hoof stomp to push a lot of damage through. It's not quite lethal. And then there's this question of, do you make the attack here?
Or do you block? Yeah.
And they're going to go for it. This gets the opponent down to 1. But now Alex Fierro could go ahead here and potentially stabilize, thanks to having multiple flying blockers. I'm not sure what's in their void. That's a pretty important thing right now to know about for that Skycrag Adept. So with face Aegis on Game Grump and Aegis on the Eagle, it's not the most material, but maybe a Reverberating Strike could pop the Aegis's first. It would pop both the Aegis for one spell.
It would. It would. Would need a pretty impactful other spell. Something that costs 3 or less, I believe.
And it is the Face Aegis that is keeping Game Grump alive. If it
Oh,
weren't for the
absolutely.
Face Aegis, Reverberating Strike hits him down to 4. That procs Frenzy, gets the Enraged Serpent up to a 4-2, and this game would be over.
Yeah.
We're going to see an
Fiero's
attack
going to
here.
go in for the damage. Says, I've got units I can block.
All right, so the Skycrag Adept gets back nothing.
Oh, but Mystical Shackles will get rid of the Adept and end the game.
Yep. So Game Grump takes it down. You know, if you're Alex Fierro, you could just sit behind multiple units there and just to chump, but it doesn't get you towards winning the game.
Right.
If you make that attack and there isn't a removal spell or effect as the last card in Game Grump's hands, Alex Fierro just wins because they could jump the flying attack and then attack back for lethal. If there's no attack, they can push in both of their flyers. There would only be one block for Game Grump. So I think that was
I think that's exactly the line of play that they were thinking.
I think that's the right play to make. It just didn't quite work out.
Yeah, especially with no spells in the void. Like, I don't have an option to get back here.
Yeah.
What I have is what I have.
Yeah, and very unlikely to do much. All right, so that is going to do it, I believe, for round number 2. Oh, we got one more.
Oh.
Oh, this sounds like we still got some action left to go. So we'll be heading back down into the mix. All right, we're going to be checking out Game 3 here between the Overmaster and Watchwolf. They're going to game number 3, so all tied up at 1 game apiece. And we know that Watchwolf must have won their first match if they're going up against the Overmaster, who we saw win.
Right. Yeah. I know both of those players are very good, very competitive players. Been around for a long time.
Yep.
And we'll see how Watchwolf does against the reigning champ.
Yeah. So we saw the Overmaster in round 1. I believe that they were on mostly fire build with a little bit of primal.
Right.
And we'll be seeing what Watchwolf has got here for us now. All right, game number 3, Watchwolf. It's going to be a Skycrag Mirror. Watchwolf has a Feral Serpent. They're going to need a second primal, which they did find.
Yeah.
They'll kick things off with a Scaly Gron.
Yeah, that's a very aggressive start with a possible 4/4 Aegis for 3 and a contract 3. They might not want to if they want to play this 3/1 though, but nope.
Yeah. Just a little too good to turn down.
Yeah.
So the Overmaster has ways to break through. They could actually kill the Serpent right away. Trick Throw plus a Searing Fist. What they're going to be considering here is, do they want to make a Snowball? And the big reason why they're going to do that is they have a Darkheart Acolyte.
Yes.
So now if they can find another source of fire, they can play that and Snowball Face. Otherwise, it's going to be maybe going into the air with something like a Greenstretch Griffin.
Yeah, having the Snowball there, I like waiting for the 4th power before playing. Well, I guess it doesn't have the fire pips anyway, but.
So we'll see a Thunder Pop is going to take out the Griffin. Power is scouted to the bottom. Lootstring Bow is going to hit the Danger Bot. And it's going to attack the face. Scaly Gron's going to come in. This is all setting up very nicely for Overmaster if they can find second fire, which they don't. If they want to get the Lootstring Bow off the board, though, they can do that with just a Frostburn to the face.
Yeah, I like the Frostburn a lot here. Might be able to find an Inscribe card for the second fire.
Oh, certainly a fancy way to get another piece of fire influence, but we'll see if they can do it. They're seeing right now a unit, a spell, and an attachment, and they got an Island Hand of the Tempest. Wow, they are multiple primal influence away from that, but that is a potent card to get.
Especially in a Skycrag deck that we know has lots of ways of proccing her Frenzy. Like, basically this whole hand except for the Acolyte. Well, and the Crasher, I guess.
So the Overmaster is going to use the Snowball. And will they play out the Grenade and Rescue? They are going to. This will probably hold back the Scaly Gron. it does mean that they gave up both of their ways in hand to proc Frenzy.
Watch Wolf fears no Grenadin, comes in with that Scaly Gron anyway, and drops their own Green Stretch Griffin. And there's that Fire Pip.
Mm-hmm.
So you're Overmaster here, and you've been unable to play your Acolyte. Watch Wolf only has one card in hand. Might not be able to deal with this before it can play that Soulfire.
Right. And for Watch Wolf, it's going to be a question of, do you go ahead and play the Nevermore right away? The advantage of that is you're pretty safe. The disadvantage is that there might be some upside by waiting here. You could get the Overmaster in a spot where they point a critical piece of damage to the face thinking they're going to get a Frenzy proc, and then they don't.
Right. Yeah, and we're seeing Watch Wolf being very careful with their Nevermore here. 2 more draws, and there's that third. We only need 1 more Fire Pip, or not Fire, Primal Pip for that island.
All right, so the Armaments Collector did get killed, so they're going to now have to discard 2 cards.
Yeah.
This is not easy. I mean, this is not a tournament where style points count, and so it'd be very plausible to ditch the island because that card could very plausibly do nothing for the entire game if you just never hit a primal.
Yeah, the other 3 cards are all playable. Yep, going to hold on to the burn and the taunt unit.
Yeah, it's a very disciplined, very responsible play.
And yeah.
We're going to see everything come across.
Oh, it's 7 points of damage. You never know what might happen when the Overmaster gets their power back.
You know, everything is coming in. And Soulfire plus this Chloric mix, there is a Danger Bot that's going to reemerge at some point.
Yep. Coming back in. Oh, this time Watch Wolf is hesitating at least a little bit since the Overmaster does have all this power open. Going to attack with just the Griffin, which will get Caloric mixed.
Yeah, and now the Overmaster could maybe hold on to the Soulfire because...
Wait for that 6th power.
Yeah, it's definitely an option. Because there's all sorts of ways to play this, but this works pretty well, so...
Get rid of the Party Crasher, let him play his own Party Crasher.
And now, do we hit the Danger Bot? You're going to eat one of these 2 units and exhaust the other one.
Yeah, I think you exhaust the Danger Bot and get rid of the 1/4 for sure.
Yeah. So, Overmaster's looking good. Watch Wolf does not find anything off the top, and the Overmaster with that Icy Glider in hand, they've got good outs.
Gonna leave the Danger Bot open to block the Party Crasher.
And it feels like if you're the Overmaster, you Icy Glider the Danger Bot right away. This means an extra 4 points gets through. It will revenge back at some point, but we are very close to finishing off the game. All right, so Icy Glider, that is going to hit the Party Crasher. These Icy Gliders will bounce off each other. It'll be interesting to see how aggressive the Overmaster wants to be, because they can essentially trade 4 damage for a 1/1 if they make this attack. They are. And with another Danger Bot and a Scaligron,
that's staring at lethal
yeah,
again.
this is lethal, and that is going to do it. The Overmaster is going to win this one, assuming they can find the courage to make the attack that they just made again, and they did.
Yeah, you never know what that last card could be with 7 power.
Yeah. I mean, anytime you're in a spot where you are making an attack that has the potential to kind of blow you out in the sense that you could lose material, you have to ask yourself a couple of questions. One, how likely is it that they have something? That's the obvious question. But then there's other, like, how good is it for me if it works? Well, in this case, you literally would win the game on the
Right.
spite. And how bad is it for me? Well, it might mean that you lose like an extra 1/1, and you still probably deal them some damage. So
Yeah.
pretty
absolutely.
good spot to go for it there. All right. So we still
wow.
have another game outstanding. This might set the record. I mean, I feel like we've sat in. This is going to be like the 4th or 5th.
I think this is number 5,
Wow,
which
that's
is impressive.
considering there's only 8 decks in the field. Look at Jano there. I think
Is this really only game 2?
Oh, okay. So, wow. All right. So Jano with that Carnivorous Terror, it looks like they are very eagerly going to be playing out a second copy of it, and so waiting for power number 8. As it stands, Jano is still doing quite well for themselves.
Yeah, healthy amount of health in hand. Battlefront Dasher, more than willing to trade that with the Waykeeper, I would imagine. And does.
All right.
Oh, no, Scale Hide, of course.
Scale Hide is going to save things here.
And Harnish Thrill Seeker.
There is an endangered Kieran, so we can see that get hit with a snowball. Ooh. Calderon Captain is coming off the top into
and
a
that
Fire
power.
Sigil.
Oh, wow.
So if you're Jano, you could just go Snowball, Twist the Hermit, attack.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot of damage coming across. It would be a lethal attack that would necessitate a block on the Thrill Seeker. Alternatively, you can get down 2 Carnivorous Terrors. I think for Jano, I think I like this line because you're 13, which is definitely a healthy, but it's not inconceivable. You could die on a counterattack if you don't make things, if
Right.
you don't do something like this. Actually, Jano can now just twist one more time, and that is going to do it. So
Oh, well,
Jano
yes.
finds lethal. So that was a great line. They recognized they had lethal there long before we noticed.
Oh, yeah,
But
yeah.
they got it. It did seem like all paths led to Rome on that one. All right.
So that was a short one, but we'll have that's ending the round, I believe, right?
We've said it before,
Yeah.
and this time it's actually true. All right, so we are going to take a break. We'll be back with our last match of draft.
Mhm.
We'll get to see how players are faring coming out of the draft rounds, and we'll see if we have anything else exciting going on at the end of next round. So we'll be back in a few minutes with the start of round number 3. right, welcome back. It's time for round 3.
Round 3.
We got some stuff coming up at the end of the round, but before that, we're going to be checking out the last round of draft for this format and Eternal tournaments, and the last round of it for the World Championships.
Right.
We're going to be moving on shortly. But yeah, so we saw the Overmaster is one of our 2-0 players, and we'll be seeing if they can get the clean sweep as they took care of business there in round number 2. But, you know, everyone's still very much alive. To get to that top 4, you're going to need a record in that, like, 6-3 range.
Something around there.
Yeah. And so, ultimately, even if you were to lose all the rounds in drafts, you're still alive. 2 of our players will be 0-3 coming out of this, but still very much in the mix for the World Championship.
Just gotta rock out those constructed games.
Yeah. I mean, good luck. Good luck getting that clean double sweep that you might need going out of this. If you're
It's not impossible.
Not impossible. We've seen crazier things happen before in Eternal. All right. So Tim, you're going to be taking us down to a match in just a moment here. We're going to be seeing Iron Man versus Gozu to kick things off, and I think we saw just a tiny bit of Gozu's game earlier.
Yeah, like it wasn't quite cameo for Lethio, but it was pretty close.
I don't think we've seen anything from Iron Man yet today.
No.
All right, so
this will be Iron Man's first appearance on camera today.
All right. So the final round of draft is set to begin here at the World Championships. As a reminder, we'll be switching over to Throne. We got 3 more rounds of that coming up, and should be a pretty fun day overall. And then tomorrow, kick things off with Expedition. Tomorrow's really just all Expedition. We're going to do Expedition, get down to our top 4, and then we'll be doing Expedition in the top 4. So players will know what they're getting into.
And, of course, we have some other surprises planned in the meantime.
I don't know nothing about nothing. All right. Any news from the production booth, Tim? All right. We are ready for the action. Kicking it on down in 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
Iron Man, bottom of your screen. They've got some Skycrag Frenzy stuff. Gozu's got some FPS. And, what do you make of how's Gozu's draw going to curve out here, Luke?
Well, I think we're going to see Seek Power into playing the Rakano unit here is going to be really strong with the Thunder Pop immediately afterwards. Potentially. Don't have to play it on face, could just attack and see if they block or whatever. And if not, you have a Gorilla as a backup.
Yeah, I mean, it's still a 2-1 quick draw.
Yeah.
That Draconic looting that Gozu has, they can play it this turn. Typically, you want to have a little extra power left over when you play Draconic looting.
That's sending a statement to your opponent, I think.
It certainly is. All right, so we're going to see Thunder Pop on the Cloud Snake. And why do you think
call the hit?
Yeah. So the optionality. So first of all, it gets you a scout right now, which is valuable. The other thing that it does is it gives you the optionality of being able to use Call the Hit as inscribed power later.
Or perhaps Gozu is fearing a low strength, high health unit like this Windscreamer in hand.
So Iron Man is going to snap off the block with the Rebel Sharpshooter, and now we'll see Outmuscle giving the Rakano Anarchist +3/+3, and its Unleashed copy will go away.
Yeah, that was a bold block by Iron Man, knowing that there's all sorts of things that could have made that go poorly, like even another Crackle Pop.
Yeah, and I think the if a Thunder Pop's going face, well, you're still absorbing a bunch of damage. And then there's an important idea in all games of Eternal, but particularly in Limited, where forcing your opponent to use combat tricks is valuable because it means that they are not spending their power further developing threats to the board, further curving out. And that's always going to be important. Wow, that Draconic Looting got inscribed.
Yes, so that can play 2 Gorillas next turn, looks like.
We'll see how that goes. I mean, This was looking like a game where potentially Gozu was going to run out of things to do.
Yeah. Yeah, I admit I'm surprised as well, but drawing that 6 power naturally, perhaps a bit sad for Gozu.
Keep in mind, I've never made if I've made mistakes with Draconic looting, it's only been in the direction of I play too many of them, like I don't inscribe them enough, or just add them to too many decks, too many copies.
Oh, it's a fun card. How many cards cost 3 and also let you just draw 3 cards?
I could look it up, but I'm gonna just keep watching this game if that's okay. All right. So Iron Man has this window where they can play the Icy Glider thanks to the Etched Totemite. It looks pretty good to me to do so. Maybe there's a question of what you're gonna kill. I'm killing the Anarchist.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that quick draw is a killer.
Now Gozu does have a couple of instances of Warcry coming on something, and for their sake, it can hope it's good. So we're going to see a little bit of board getting cleaned up here. Okay, not too much. One of the Gorillas got through, so Iron Man's willing to take a little bit of damage here. I guess, theoretically, once that Wind Screamer gets out, they have like an eat, so to speak. But here we go. Iron Man is picked up a Mind Broken Cobbler.
Yeah, Gozu, we'll have to see what those Warcry triggers hit. It's been quite a long time.
Yeah, since they've drawn anything. Oh, you better believe it, yeah.
Yeah, Iron Man has quite a few options here. He's going to go for the Cloudline Shaman, get as much bang for their buck as possible now, as opposed to possibly playing 2 units this turn and then contracting next turn. Thirsty Bat, probably not what they were looking for with those Warcry triggers.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, if we can find ways to proc Frenzy, 4/3 flying lifesteal.
Sure, but looking at a 3/3 flyer, it's going to hold that Frenzy.
Oh, I mean, dude, that part for sure.
Yeah.
Second copy of Windscreen picked up
Ooh.
from Iron Man. They are jammed up on power this turn because of the contract. So the ground units are coming in. The Gorillas are going to trade. At this point, Gozu has decided that their path to victory kind of involves them drawing out of this.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's not it.
yeah, that would be a Fire Sigil. It's smart to continue to keep playing out the power. Maybe they have some choice Unleash top decks.
Oh, yeah. I'm expecting Iron Man to play a pair of Wind Screamers here, personally.
Yeah, the Mind Broken Cobbler, picking up that Face Aegis, it means that you are not under any threat of the bat getting lifesteal.
True.
But this is not lethal, it's just a ton.
Yeah.
So Call the Hit is going to shrink down some of the damage. Now we're only looking at 13 coming across. And this is tough because once that bat is gone, that is sort of it as far as pieces that Gozu has to work with. Yeah, Gozu's going to scoop him up. I mean, that just did not work out. And, you know, I mean, honestly, it kind of felt like the Draconic looting probably is not good enough. Like, it digs them a little bit deeper into their deck, but they were more than just 1 or 2 cards away from winning that one.
Mm-hmm. Would have gotten past those 3 top deck sigils in a row, though.
It would have, but, I mean, at the end of the day, you have to decide, like, what kind of game am I trying to win?
Yeah.
And from Gozu's perspective, that was a game where if Iron Man doesn't have some defenses in the next few turns, getting down the multiple Barbarian Gorillas, having Call the Hit to remove maybe a key blocker, that is the kind of recipe that allows them to win the game. If they had to just pump the brakes that hard to pull off the Draconic looting, they're just having to play a much longer and slower game, and it's possible they've also gotten to see the deck list. They're one of the things that you kind of want to have an opinion on when you're going into a match is like, who's better if this game gets up just in a very top decky kind of space, or
Right.
it becomes very protracted.
Redraws from both of them.
Yeah, Gozu has found the goods, so to speak, and
Yeah.
first critical decision of the game is, do you just get out a 2/3 flyer on the first turn? Because you could try to combine it with that 5/1 ambush.
Oh, that would be intense.
Yeah. So the Terrax Mount's going to keep chipping in, and as we look at the hand here for Iron Man, there's nothing coming immediately that's going to stop that 2/3 flyer as these players develop their boards. It's going to take like a Cloudline Shaman in a couple of turns. Oh, wow. Yeah, so the way that things worked out, Gozu wasn't able to play out anything.
No, they have an ambush unit.
Yeah, they have the ambush unit. I guess they weren't able to play any of their fire units.
No,
So
but they will be able to seek power for this upcoming turn.
Yeah. An important decision here from Iron Man. They're going to take that 5 coming at them because between the 1/1 Grenadins and the Crinkle Boys, they have some ways to deal with the next one.
Right, yes. Valuing the 3/3 more than 5 damage to their face at the moment.
All right, there's Rebel Sharpshooter. And now for Iron Man, time to crinkle it up.
There's some options.
There sure are. One way you could do it is you could play this Star Card Acolyte, and then in a couple turns from now, and you still have these 1/1 Grenadins that make things annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no safe attack here on the ground. Sure is in the air, though.
So we'll see a Thirsty Bat, maybe a Power and an Engraver.
I'm expecting the collection rounds, honestly.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, a pretty critical number is 6 power, so if you, maybe in a couple turns from now, you have an Unleash card coming.
Right, yes.
The Rebel Sharpshooter gets in. Wonder what that attack opened up. It's always nice to just get some damage in. Here we go, Cloudline Shaman. So this is nice for Iron Man. They get down a 3/3 flyer. It's a lot of pressure on this 3/3 flyer to hold up, and for Gozu, it'd be a great time to top deck something. They don't. I mean, they find a gorilla, barbarian gorillas.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah. Now Iron Man, they're paying the iron price this turn. Okay. That was a ooh. Luke, Shrivel. How many Shadow Influence?
1.
Yeah. Okay. Now,
Still managed to use use of the Etched Totemite there to get down 2 gorillas, but
absolutely. And the Armaments Collector is going to be hunting for some power here. Finds a Fire Sigil. Finds a Loot String Bow.
wow.
So, if you want, you could Loot String Bow, bop like the 5/1, take out the Thirsty Bat. It really shrinks down the board. Alternatively, you could thin out a Wild Cloud Snake or one of the other 2 drops.
Yeah. Ooh, Thrill Seeker. Like, the Cloud Snake isn't doing a whole lot in this hand. It's a fancy 1/1 flyer.
So we're going to take out one of the Barbarian Gorillas and take out Thirsty Bat.
Respecting the Overwhelm more than the extra 2 strength from the... yeah, that's respectable. And Gozu is looking at a hand going, would really like a Shadow Sigil right now.
Yeah.
Being at 6 for 2 Crinkle Boys, being able to play the Shrivel.
I do think Gozu has some options here. They could get a little aggressive here with some of these because you do have the Crinkle Boys to like finish off the Dark Card Acolyte if it gets involved in the mix, and otherwise the blocks aren't free. Iron Man is going to play around all of this by just trading off a bunch of units. But now we're getting into the space where maybe the collection rounds can do something interesting for us.
Do like sacrificing the engraver there for the Etch Totemite here. Being able to play 2 Crinkle Boys next turn could be a huge deal.
So now for Iron Man, there's this question of, do you want to try to proc your Darkheart Acolyte and go face? You have so much to do with your power, though. So we're going to instead see Wild Cloud Snake plus Jotun Grunt. None of this is easy right now.
No.
For Gozu.
Like, can take out the Wild Cloud Snake, but then what do you do with the other Crinkle Boy?
Yeah. Procking Frenzy doesn't do anything for Gozu at the moment.
No.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that you do want to, like, kind of act here.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. Make Iron Man discard 2 cards.
Imagine it'll be 2 cards not named the Crinkle Boys.
I would also imagine that, yeah. Those Thrill Seekers aren't bad, but they also aren't the Crinkle Boys.
I mean, I don't mind an attack here from the 5-1, but we're going to hold off. Will we see General Horgo try to get in? We are. So General Horgo is probably going to trade off with, like, the 5-1.
Right.
Cloudline Shaman could trade off with the 3-1. And so this is going to all result in
one spell.
One spell being drawn.
And clearing up some of the ground here.
But then it's going to be a real question of what spell do we draw and how aggressive do we want to get with the Crinkle Boys going face.
Yeah. See, I'm surprised Iron Man didn't Crinkle Boys 5-1 first. But could still trade with Horgo.
It would have made the blocks a lot harder here.
Yeah.
Better than ever. Each unit you played this turn gets a random battle skill.
Well, if you're going to play 2 Crinkle Boys.
I do think we are going to see that. All right, so are they both going face, or are we going to play it a little more conservative and hit one of the Minotaurs?
Looks like Iron Man says, I like dragons. I don't
Sure
think my
do.
opponent can deal with 2 dragons at the moment.
All right, what do we get? Better than ever. Each unit gets a random battle skill. We got Reckless and
Taunt.
Taunt. Okay. I mean, you take it as it lies. So we'll see the Rakano Anarchist get played. We're going to see Teriax Mount come through. And this is, you know, if Iron Man wants to play really conservative, you could chump block here because after this turn, it's going to be very hard to attack in the air again. So maybe you'd say no damage coming across.
Yeah, I would respect that. Like, you've got 2 dragons coming down. You don't particularly need this Cloud Snake.
Dynamite. Crinkle Boys has to attack. And we'll see a taunting Crinkle Boys attack. So Iron Man is going to use this to clear things up a little bit. Very tricky here if you block the second one. You have to block the taunting one. Otherwise, they're going to let 2 come through because, I mean, there's going to be... 2 of these blockers are going to get tied up with taunt. If we could have found a way to proc the Shrivel...
Yeah. Doesn't look like it's happening, though.
No. Does feel like we might need to get a little aggressive here.
Yeah, with the Thunder Pop in hand, Iron Man's 9 health is possibly just 7. But don't know that there's a good attack, which might exactly be why you do attack, is because if you only have bad options, maybe you can throw your opponent off with a unexpected attack here.
Yeah, an alternative is like you just do something here like pass the turn, end of. Okay. So we're going to see the Anarchist come in. And now the Thunderpop can both goes face. Yeah, that block. Okay. This was the block that Gozu did not want to see.
Right.
Because now you're hitting the thing for 2, and you can't finish it off with Thunderpop.
Right.
Iron Man picks up an Icy Glider. That could take out a Crinkle Boys.
Yeah, I think you play Icy. You might just play Icy Glider on. Yeah, probably the Crinkle Boys. Little buff up your Cloud Snake, swing in for 11. They don't have to block, but they're probably going to.
Well, if you go Icy Glider face, you actually can force a chump block.
That's true.
Which is kind of a better. Assuming there's nothing going on the other side of the board, this is sort of better than taking out a Crinkle Boys.
Yeah. And all Gozu has is a Thunderpop, which can't deal with any of this.
Oh, also the Crinkle Boys has to attack on the ground.
Well, sure. Might as well attack with the Dark Heart too, why not?
Does that change anything? This is a much more conservative attack.
Yeah. Iron Man is really respecting Gozu's 6 power and cards in hand.
Oh my. Gozu did not block the 2-3 onto the 2-2. I guess they just wanted to play it safe. The second Shadow influence for Shrivel at this point does not feel good enough.
No.
This is scale like a Draconic Looting. Oh, a Molten Feet.
Yeah.
It's just not going to be enough. Gozu couldn't quite squeeze it across the finish line on that one. I mean, if they had second Shadow for Shrivel, I think they win that game. They would have just gotten a bunch more damage with the Flyers and, yeah.
Yeah, but showed up far, far too late for that to matter. Okay.
That's how it goes. All right, so back in the booth here. So Iron Man picks up another win here in draft. We'll be looking for another match to join.
Yeah, congrats to Iron Man. That would be 3-0 for Iron Man there.
These were both players were 2-0.
Yes.
Okay, that's well done by them. Not only going undefeated in the draft round, but they went undefeated in this match, winning it 2-0. So very nicely done and good position heading into the Throne games.
And good luck to Gozu in the constructed rounds. 2-1 is nothing to scoff at.
That's true. I will not be scoffing once this entire day. All right. Overmaster is up a game here. These are the other 2 2-0 players here in draft. Dark Heart Acolyte for the Overmaster. They've got Soulfire and Riot Flame to back it up maybe next turn. Apple Chip's got a Stormblast here they can use to take out that Dark Heart Acolyte.
Yeah, I think that's a well-used Stormblast. Only 5 power for Apple Chips, will not be able to play the Icy Glider, but does have a Grizzled Hermit.
Overmaster not finding power number 3 here. They could use this as a setup turn and get out 2 more things to the board with this Danger Bot and Green Stretch Hermit. Do expect to see some fireworks from them in the coming turns with Riot Flame and Soulfire. Apple Chips finding power number 6 is going to be able to get back into things. Icy Glider taking out Griffin. So for the Overmaster, there's a copy of Icicles. Is that enough to start the attacks? It feels like we might want to use it here to set up at least future turns.
Right. Yeah, Apple Chips is playing very conservatively here. They had the opportunity to get in with their own 2/2 flyer after taking down the Griffin and opted not to. So,
Yeah.
yeah, what I don't think the Icicles opens anything up on its own, but combined with the Soulfire
Yeah, I mean,
next
if you
turn,
if you were to Icicles and like, you would be able to attack kind of with whatever, and at least one thing would get through. It'd probably just be a Scaly Grodd, and you would probably trade off the Party Crashers with some things. It does feel like it can get better though, so maybe
there
you hold
comes
off.
everything.
But no, everything's coming. So, oh, so this is interesting. So Overmaster's going to attack with everything, and this means that the Icy Glider could take out the Danger Bot.
yeah, gonna bounce off of one with their 0/5 Grizzled Hermit, trade with the other, and take out the Danger Bot. Going down to 10.
Yeah, and we're going to get an Etched Totemite here as well.
Probably not helpful. Okay, definitely not helpful.
Yeah, now they've got a Thunder Pop to take out the second one.
Yes.
Are we going to see Apple Chips begin twisting?
I would imagine so here. You've got so much health to burn through.
Yeah.
No longer need to block Party Crashers. Like, Overmaster started this turn at 20 and is down to 12.
The Overmaster is going to try to win this game very quickly. Because if you go Rocky Ride, okay, they're just going to hit the Hermit. Stone Scar
Ooh.
Maul. All right. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, could just hit for 5 here, taking out the Totemite, or be a little more conservative and just get 2 damage in over the Gron. Of course, you've got 2 damage in the air as well.
Yeah, I'm taking out the Totemite. So the Overmaster kind of gains a health this way, though. Soulfire,
Yes. You have to Soulfire this. You're not going to let that ball hit. Though
no.
Apple Chips at least is not going to be seeing that second copy of Soulfire.
So Riot Flame can't kill the Icy Glider. It can deal some damage to the face. And, ooh, a Green Stretch Griffin. This is...
That's a good draw here. A pair of 2/2 flyers. Completely uncontested in the air.
Okay.
Okay, I spoke too soon.
Yeah, that's big. Icy Glider will help the Overmaster stabilize in the air. They can take out one of these Griffins.
Now safely blocks the other. Can't get in with your own Icy Glider.
We do have a Danger Bot coming back at some point for the Overmaster. It's been a couple turns. Whoa. An attack! Okay, now thinking better of it. So if you're the Overmaster, you can Riot Flame the Griffin. You get to hit face, and then you could attack with both, and then you're getting close down. The issue with that is that, like, you would have no blockers for not getting through that much damage.
Now, Apple Chips with 2 power, I think you play the power in case you draw a 3-cost Unleashed card here.
Mm-hmm. Apple Chips keeps fading.
There's that Danger Bot.
That's pretty big because now Riot Flame taking out one of these units would also buff up the Danger Bot up to 3 range. And yeah, it feels like you have to do it now. Attack with both. We're going to see one come across, go down to 3, but now this is a spot where if Apple Chips doesn't top deck, which they did not, so very nicely played by the Overmaster.
Yep.
About to be 3-0 in draft. And yeah, both players just drew a little bit of power at the end, but Overmaster found a little bit of damage, and they're gonna take this one down.
Yeah, held on to that Riot, that Riot Flame was there when we came in, and so that Riot Flame has been in hand for a long time, and once it got played, really swung things around.
Yep. All right. Well done by the Overmaster, 3-0 in draft. How are we looking for matches outstanding, Tim? Oh, we're done. All right.
So we only get to see the 2 and O's in that match.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. So
Exciting.
Eternals 14th major expansion.
Mm-hmm.
Come dropping early January. We got dates. We got a name. Behemoths of Thera.
Yeah.
And you put the pieces together. Thera is a new location we'll be checking out, and there are some very, very large beings on Thera.
Yeah, if you've been paying attention to chapters the past couple months, you might have seen some. Well, I guess we're currently exploring what Alton is doing. He just fought a giant crow. Last month we saw Phineas take on a giant rat, and I believe also a insect of some kind. I can't remember what off the top of my head. A cockroach, that's what it was.
Yeah, there's some very, very large animals and beings that are quite a bit bigger than what you're maybe used to seeing in Myria. So it's going to be a whole new set of dangers and adventures for players to tackle in Behemoths of Thera dropping in January. And we've got some early information about dates, when the draft preview is going to be, when the preview event's going to start, the date of the full release. And we have pre-orders kicking off for Behemoths of Thera on Monday. This is the ultimate bundle. You're going to get some dope altar torches, a sweet new Arcanum Astrolabe totem, a beautiful set of premium sigils, Elatar of the 100 Hands. He's one of the new heroes you'll get to play with, and this is the premium avatar for him, as well as 3,800 gems, 5 draft tickets, and lots more goodies like that card back as well you could see there. So there's a lot of really dope art in this set, and couldn't be more excited for you all to get to experience what's coming in Behemoths of Thera in January. Anything else we want to add on for right now?
Well, they've got I believe we have all this info already up on the Direwolf page somewhere, and I think there's some spoilers there if you haven't seen them yet, including Elatar there, who is our first unit ever to have Spellcraft. Well, the first that you've seen.
All right, so yeah, definitely check it out. Go on to direwolfdigital.com if you go to the news section, and there'll be more to come in the coming days. So excited for you all to get to experience this new set.
And if you have a bunch of influence saved up, be ready on Wednesday. Maybe you'll get a spoiler of your own to share with the community.
All right, so with that, we're going to head back to the booth now. So check out Behemoths of Thera. Pre-orders launch Monday. Switch will be a few days after that. So just keep in mind, but other platforms be good to go on Monday. And yeah, and we're going to be taking a break now. We're going to be getting the throne round set up for you all. Tim, what kind of wait can we expect for players and viewers for the throne rounds to be ready to go? All right, we're going to be taking a 30-minute break, and then we'll be back here. 3 more rounds of Throne. We're going to be finding out how the top 4 is starting to come into picture in those rounds. So
yeah, it should be a very exciting end to the day, I think.
All right, I'll be back with Luke in about 30 minutes. We'll see you then. All right, welcome back. We're back from our little draft / lunch break, and now we've got throne rounds coming up the rest of the day. So we're going to see 3 rounds of throne action. At that point, we'll take a break, come back tomorrow, 11 a.m. Mountain Time, 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. Eastern. So we got it all covered here. I know my time zones. So we're going to kick things off with the Overmaster. We're going to be shifting over to Throne, and so in the Throne format. There's a couple of decks that we're going to be seeing a few copies of. There's the Throne Room Rat Cage deck, so that's going to be trying to use these trinkety little units and relics to kind of cobble together a big kind of contraption almost of like going wide, pumping the squad, looting for value, all of these kinds of good things. We've also just got some, Cambrai Relic decks, a little bit of Huru Kira. What else is in the mix that I'm...
Creation Project?
Yeah, we got some Creation Project, We'll be seeing that in Expedition as well. So, always good to check in and see how the meta is going to evolve, and this will be a big thing for all the folks at home. But these players had to lock in their deck, and we'll see how happy they are with it. So we've got the Overmaster up against Iron Man here. Don't have in front of me what decks they're going to be on, but we'll be finding out soon enough as soon as their match is ready to go. Is there any cards or decks that you thought might be well positioned that you would want to bring this weekend, Luke?
Oh, for Throne?
Yeah. Putting you on the spot.
I probably would have been basic, and I probably would have bought Creation Project.
All right, that's fair.
It's a pretty good card.
Do you like the builds with like abundance where you're trying to like play a bunch of things in one turn to spit out something huge with abundance?
No, I would probably have a little bit of a slower build. Yeah. More late game stuff.
Yeah, if you're not gonna get lucky, I understand. But for Throne, markets are open. That's always going to be a big deal. See how exactly players, if they have any special tech for us this weekend in their markets, and looking forward to seeing what goes on. Last year, I don't remember now. I thought the Overmaster. Well, it was in the past. Or 2 years ago, Lights Out Ace. I was thinking that he was one of the Huru Control players, but that was 2 years ago, Lights Out Ace. We do have some amount of Huru Control this weekend. Man, those decks are just try to brute force you with drawing a ton of cards and playing with every cheap removal effect they can get their hands on.
Right, yeah. Well, there's a whole bunch of them in Throne. You've got access to... Okay, so
all right.
Looks like Cambrai.
Yeah, Cambrai at the bottom and then a Creation deck at the top. We've got Alessi, Aurelian Supplier, Dinosaur Nest, and the Overmaster got a copy of Binding Agreement there. They're going to put that to the bottom. They've got multiple copies of Equalize in hand right now, and when that's the case, you want to make sure you can just sort of play out as much as your hand as possible so you get the maximum impact. For Iron Man, a little slow coming out of the gates. They did get to play a Dinosaur Nest on turn 2, so they'll start adding to the board now. And with Aurelian Supplier, they will have more units than the enemy player and fewer cards in hand, so they're going to get to draw 2 from this.
Which Overmaster is okay with these Equalizes in hand. They want to get as many cards out of Iron Man's hand as possible with those Equalizes.
Yeah, they will be disappointed if they take too much damage too fast. So no plays this turn from the Overmaster. They are geared up to start playing out copies of Equalize next turn. And we're going to see a Defiance on the Aurelian Supplier. So a little bit of damage being prevented now.
Right.
And for Iron Man, how far in do they want to go? Because they could play Alessi and then go Abundance, and they're going to hold off.
Yeah, it looks like they are playing it as safe as possible here. Knowing that Overmaster has Equalize in their deck, don't want to just drop 5 units in play.
So there's a copy of Diana. She is going to soak up a little bit of damage. We're going to see an Abundance get played here. That's going to grow up the Alessi. It's also going to get us, a Zito. All right. So discard a card, Overmaster.
Yeah, that's a tough one here. Going for the power.
Yeah. I think the Overmaster over the next couple of turns is going to maybe inscribe the plating, play out the Pride Leader to get rid of the Dinosaur Nest, and maybe the Equalize will need to happen right now.
That's a lot of damage. And we didn't even see the abundance, which would have given Alessi an extra 1/1 there.
It's cool that the Zito has
Revenge.
has revenge, so we could see that one popping up again. We're going to see an equalize now. Iron Man, if they want to, can make the Overmaster lose a card here by just playing out abundance.
Right.
There doesn't look like they are, so all those units are going to go away. The Overmaster is going to have to discard a card from their hand.
No. Equaling the field there. Yeah. Okay.
Right.
Saving the abundance for after the another Zito.
That's incredible. All right. Well, I would guess
like,
the Pride Leader's going
yeah.
away. Yeah.
Zito's one of the best hits you could get, and getting it twice is.
So there's Valkyrie Enforcer. This is a big draw for the Overmaster because they can play this a couple of ways. They could go Builder's Decree and just make a 6/6.
Mm-hmm.
They could go Builder's Decree and then equalize, or they could go equalize and hold on to the Builder's Decree.
Mm-hmm.
So options abound. The option I would be most scared of would be equalize into Builder's Decree next turn because there would be 2 Zitos
Right.
tossing around on the top of the deck.
Yeah, I don't think you can. You have to respect those Zitos. Like,
You can and you can't.
I mean, for all we know, that Zito is 9 cards down right now.
So it's going to be Builder's Decree. So now this plays a Justice Sentinel, but this kind of commits the Overmaster to getting chunked from this Valkyrie Enforcer.
Mm-hmm.
And we could see Pristine Light go into effect at some point.
I'm expecting Overmaster to equalize. No.
So we're going to see the Aurelian Supplier run into the Justice Sentinel, then we'll see a Pristine Light.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Overmaster is, definitely close to that spot where they can just equalize and do nothing. But they drew a Grodov Stranger. So that's going to mean if they equalize, there will still be a card in hand. You might be okay with that because it'll only be a single card.
Yeah, well, you've seen the Naoki, and Iron Man can play the Naoki, so I don't think you want to equalize with leaving the Naoki there. You'd go down to 5 immediately. Overmaster dodged those Zitos yet again.
Yeah.
Well,
now, Naoki has Exalted. So a very legitimate line here would just be something like play Naoki and attack with it. Okay. Because the Exalted, okay. And Desert Marshal.
Marshal on Stranger here before it gets to attack and draw some cards. Seems respectable. Just attacking with the Valkyrie. Okay. Another Diana. Not a bad time for it. Getting some health.
Coveted Gemstone. That's a great follow-up thing to have in play with that equalize.
Right.
Now, a Verbrugge plus an all-out attack would be 8 coming across. The Verbrugge would get eaten. It would drop the Overmaster down to 2.
Three.
Oh, yes.
That's still not a bad spot to be when you have a 5/5 charge in your hand.
Well, I think Overmaster can go play power, equalize,
yes, that's
and
true.
then go get Stormhawk plating. If we can, love to take a look at the market. Tim, if you got a second there. For the Overmaster, could we take a quick look at their market? So they have a Stormhawk Knife, a Grodov's Burden. Tim, we're going to want to get that cleaned up for the next match. It looks like the Grodov's Burden that was added to the Overmaster's deck is somehow the created card. Okay, so for now, the Overmaster... Yeah, and we'll Just nothing, in the middle of a match. We'll need to just address that after this round before we start the next round. But for now, we're going to have the Overmaster play on. We've got a copy of Equalize here.
Yeah, that will... I think you keep the Valkyrie here.
It would be hard not to.
Yeah.
But, this has set up Iron Man in a spot where maybe they can top deck out of this. Creation Project would be a great draw. And they're only at 5, so an Aoki off the top would just win the game on the spot for Iron Man. They found Zito now. Both these Zitos are kind of okay because they really hold back the Stormhawk plating.
Crack the Earth. Can't find anything yet, but could just put a 1/1 into play.
Yeah, and how aggressive does Iron Man want to be, or does the Overmaster want to be? It looks like they're not planning on making an attack, but they're giving it a thought. And yeah, we'll want to see if we can, Tim, the market for Iron Man. Yeah, that'd be great. So we've got Collaboration, Arc of Soul, Harsh Roll, Inferno Phoenix, and Reinforcements.
Yeah, okay. Finding the Inferno Phoenix literally doesn't matter what Iron Man draws. It's an Inferno Phoenix, and that seems like the end here.
Yeah, so a great top deck there from Iron Man, finding that Crack the Earth, and by playing out the last power, it's all systems go here for Iron Man as they're going to take game number 1 against Cambrai Control. I mean, Overmaster had the card that they wanted in the form of that those Equalizes. I would say that Iron Man didn't by not having any copies of the Creation Project, which is going to be their best card by far in the matchup. The fact that it gives you a source of card advantage and it pumps up your units while not being exposed to the destructive force of Equalize is really big. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, it's hard to say no to 2 Abundances hitting 2 Zitos there as well. Like making the control player discard cards. That's a good way to go.
It's an interesting control deck because of the presence of Equalize, and when you're up against this very, very fast deck, the cards in hand part is easy for it to be a drawback. In the case of those Zitos, it did make the Overmaster discard 2 cards, but those were pretty likely to be cards that we're going to have to discard ultimately to Equalize either way.
Yeah, the power and the plating,
Yeah. But the revenge units themselves, and it certainly made sequencing very tricky for the Overmaster, knowing the possibility that they could come back.
Right, yeah. Yeah, the threat of, well, I could Equalize here, but I still have a card in hand or whatever. Yeah, those Zitos were just looming there waiting to hit something. They didn't, but they could have.
That's the fun with revenge. All right, so as soon as both players have hit join match again, we'll get started here with game number 2. The Overmaster is now down a game. We'll get that up on the screen in just a moment. For Iron Man, the question of how to utilize abundances is going to be a big one. When you're up against like a more traditional Harsh Roll effect, playing them out very aggressively is going to be rough. But I think that because Equalize is going to be a card that's so present in the matchup, I really like just using them aggressively, because the worst case scenario is it means the Overmaster doesn't get to keep a card in hand, and they're kind of bad leftovers.
Right, yeah, absolutely.
Like Zito was a lucky hit.
Yes.
All right, so yeah, we give the players a couple minutes in case they need to use the restroom, anything like that, and we'll be back as soon as they are. Otherwise, on the Cambrai Relic side of things, the binding agreement, that's a new sort of wrinkle. But I think what it goes to show is this deck is not like the Huru deck that we're going to see. The Huru deck, the control deck, it plays a lot of like defiances and the kinds of removal that allow you to very quickly pick things off. The Cambrai deck, it tries to go for big sweeping plays with its Shenra Speaks, with its Equalizes, and then it kind of needs to have some of those bigger covetous gemstones and Stormhall platings. It really leans on those more. And now Binding Agreement is sort of a new card in the mix because it allows you to so quickly gas back up from a low hand total.
Right. Yeah.
And that deck also, we talked about in draft, like how many cards could you realistically draw? This Combrei deck really plays a spread of costs.
Oh, yeah. It's all over the place. Like, even looking at this hand, we're not even seeing a duplicate here.
Yep, 5 different costs, and then we know they've got 2s like Power Stone. We know they've got 6s like Grotos Burden. Do they have a 7? I don't think so.
Isn't Binding Agreement 7?
6.
No, is it 6?
It went from 8 down to 6, because sometimes we reckless like that. All right, so for the Overmaster, they got a copy of Equalize. They've got Stormhall plating to gain them a little extra armor early on in the game. And for Iron Man,
Pride Leader.
we are really leaning on this hand because it has multiple copies of the Creation Project.
Yeah.
The first of which will probably get hit by a Sabertooth Pride Leader, assuming the Overmaster finds that second time influence. And the second one hopefully can do big things. Torch
That's
face.
an ambitious torch.
It worked.
Respects that the Overmaster doesn't have very many small units, and Iron Man's just getting in the damage where they can, reducing their hand size for the Aurelian Supplier to get an extra card.
Yeah, I think that was part of the calculus there.
Yeah.
They weren't able to because they were exactly even on cards because the Overmaster played a Power Stone on turn 3.
Right.
All right, so now for the Overmaster, they're going to play a New Beginning. They're going to get another Justice Sigil, which means they're going to get, and then they're going to inscribe a Stormhall plating. So they are bottled up on time influence right now, but we'll see what they can do post that. And now Iron Man, we're going to see Creation Project number 1. Yep. So
Yep.
your units have +1/+1 at the start of your turn. Top card of your deck gets Warp.
Oh, that's not what Overmaster wanted to see.
No. I'm guessing they cannot get time influence by cracking the coveted gemstone.
That sounds like a safe bet. Do not believe we have any. Oh. Yeah, I do not think we have any time relics with Inscribe. Okay, Iron Man's going to see power.
Yeah, it's a Praxis banner, so they can go Alessi, play the Praxis banner, and then play a second copy of the Creation Project. And these do work well in multiples, better than you might first suspect. In Eternal, whenever something says like give the top unit of your deck flying, if the top unit of your deck has flying, it just passes down to whatever's just below it.
Right.
Okay, it looks like actually we're not going to see Creation Project number 2. We're going to see a bunch of units come down. We are going to see
boy.
Creation Project number 3.
Yeah, this is opening itself up to an Equalize here, which we'll still keep 3 cards in hand, and 2 of them being Creation Project with a Creation Project in hand. You're still kind of okay to see this Equalize.
Yeah, the Pride Leader is going to ding
Yes.
one of the Creation Projects. So, and then the Overmaster is going to be ready to go with this Binding Agreement. So I like the way that things are going right now for them. Power Cell into Creation Project. Yeah, we're going to really see the power of Binding Agreement really break open this game. Potentially, who knows? Could only draw a couple cards.
A second Equalize. Not typically what you want to play immediately after a Binding Agreement, but if the board gets too big, it's not a bad thing to have, though.
Yeah,
also has the Shenra Speaks.
You could like let this game kind of go for a little bit. The Creation Project will be good at continuing to give Iron Man things to do. It is probably true that the Overmaster will get to hit the reset button before things get too out of control.
Mm-hmm.
The dangerous side of things is if Iron Man continues to just find more card draw in the form of like more creation projects, or is able to find a way to like lock the Overmaster out. They do have that copy of Reinforcements, which can lock out a spell in their market. So this is definitely one of the most important turns the Overmasters played so far.
Yep, and they are taking full advantage of the time they have available to them to figure out which of these multiple lines of play they would like to go with.
So
And
they're going to just sit for now. We're going to see a Valkyrie Enforcer on top.
is going to come in.
Now the Overmaster has found a new beginning.
Get some more power. Draw a card.
And they drew a Combray Insignia, so they get a new beginning back. Oh, man. They're really popping off.
Yeah, the combo player in me loves seeing just playing cards, drawing cards, playing cards, drawing cards.
Sure. What's not to like? So we're seeing another creation project. Yeah, you can attack here. The Sabertooth Pride Leader can kind of get in the way. Really.
Torch to get rid of it, so can't block next turn.
And now the Overmaster has drawn so many cards that equalizing is a little less exciting than it once was.
Yeah.
Of course, there is just playing on a Shenra Speaks and going back to the mill with a new beginning. We're going to start with a new beginning. Oh, wow. That was the third copy, so now we're going to get to see the fourth.
That's a lot of new beginnings here.
But maybe you want to take off some of the pressure here by playing a Shenra Speaks.
Yeah, that's 9 damage coming in, not counting anything that might come in from charge, which we know there's a Nooki, but Overmaster doesn't. With all this power in hand, though, Overmaster might still be fine with Equalize. Okay, they did go with the Shenra Speaks instead.
Yeah. You could be okay with Equalize, I just don't know why you would be.
Yeah.
Alright, we're going to just Torch Face.
Yeah.
Axis Banner on top. And hitting power is not too bad for Iron Man, because what they would love to do is get into the spot where the warps, they can warp really big things.
Right.
So 7/7. There's a Grodov Stranger. Now the Overmaster needs to be careful that they don't like play with their food too much. This is one of those things where it's like, if you've ever played like a Civilization builder, it's like you're gonna have nuclear technology in like 20 years or something. It's like really cool, and it's like, but you'll be dead in 5.
Right. Another covetous gemstone.
It might have been good for the Overmaster that they didn't hit on the a new beginning. It finally stopped there.
Right.
So they can actually do something.
Yeah, I don't think gemstone is what they were looking for.
Well, they could go like
they can at least
gemstone, Equalize. Okay, so they're gonna go. They cracked the gemstone.
right into the market. Don't have much time left.
They got the plating.
The knife.
Oh, sorry, the knife. Yes, excuse me. Oh, I think they wanted to play the knife first. Maybe they were worried they were running out of time.
Discarded the knife, yeah.
I believe Iron Man's got it now.
Find that Phoenix.
Yep.
Which is what yeah, that's got +2/+2, so
Right. It's getting double damage.
Yeah.
Flying charge, double damage. All right. So Iron Man does it. And we will be back here now. Iron Man takes down the Overmaster, so handing them their first loss. But Overmaster had a little bit of ground to work with. Tim, how are we looking? All right, we got a few games out
Oh,
there.
great.
Let's head down to one of them.
Let's see.
Preferably one of the ones with Rat Cage. Nah, just get us down to anything. You know, there's, I think it was like good like quarter of the field on the Rat Cage deck at least.
I think that's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
I know there's at least 3.
All right, round it up to 4.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna be checking out Game Grumps match here. We're up against
There you
Simon
go.
Straight, and yeah, here's that Rat Cage deck, and looks like the throne room has been popping off.
Yeah.
We got Lord Steyer's tower going, but this Hurukira deck looks like it's got its work cut out for them. Looks like they haven't quite like gotten their engine rocking and rolling enough, and it's going to be very difficult. That Silverblade Intrusion could potentially help. We have some Reckless Kiras. Oh, yeah, they're the Crown of Torment
Right.
is on them.
Yes.
And yeah, we're going to see some more popping off here with that Cabal Scavenger.
There's an island.
All right. That's good. That's a good thing to do. Yeah. Pitfall Trap. Why not?
Talking about playing with your food here.
Wow. I'm a straight. Woo! 2-0 victory for them. That deck looks like a bit of a banger.
I love Rat Cage Throne Room. It's a fun time.
All right, we're going to be checking out It's Tens versus Watchwolf here. Heading back down to the action, we got a creation deck at the bottom. You see that Harsh Rule, and these players are 1 each. Yeah, it looks like it's a bit of a creation mirror.
Looks like they're both on a bit of a slower build here with the 2 Leslie's Choices up top and the Harsh Rule on the bottom.
Yeah. Watchwolf was, I bet, hoping to be able to just wipe this board right now.
Yeah. Looking at 8.
There's a Naoki. All right, there is a creation project at the top of your screen. That's going to flip over. Zoltan Conclave. That's going to get us closer to that Naoki.
Yeah, just come in. Have to block that Alessi. Yeah. Taking 3 down to 6. Not where you want to be, but top decking power here. No, top decking power won't do much if It's Tens also top decks power, but Torch is not going to be it, so that will be it for It's Ten. Yeah,
for Watchwolf 92.
Yes.
All right, It's Tens picking up the round. So we're flying into the end of these. Any stragglers still out there, Tim? All right, we're going to be checking out Alex Fiera versus Allison here in a moment.
Oh, that's a bunch of units.
We got Argenport up against Creation, and we are in game number 3. Defiance is going to take out a Vulcan Forcer. There is a Nothing Remains on the horizon.
That's
but
a
maybe
bit painful if you play it.
You don't like silencing.
Oh, it
It's just
silence
voidbound.
first. You're right. Or no, it is voidbound. Yeah,
It's voidbound.
yeah. You take 5 damage from your Tazbu there.
Yeah, that's not ideal. I believe you will die if that happens. But they have a pair of exploits, so they can take both of these Naokis. That Here's the problem with that one, Luke. You know that Inferno Phoenix thing we've been talking about?
Oh,
Allison's
yeah.
got one of those, and if you take both Naokis, what?
Hit the Crack the Earth.
What would you kind of need to do is get the Tazbu to die. This is a very good attack. Because if Allison blocks this off, then Alex Fiora doesn't, like, kill themselves.
Right.
Well, actually, you could go Nothing Remains and then just play Twisted Farmer.
Yes.
So we're in
looks
this.
like
We're going to draw a lot of cards. I actually think Alex Fiero's got a pretty good shot at this. Well, assuming they draw something. Okay, I guess eventually they did.
hopefully.
Oh, we still have 2 dinosaur nests going?
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
that is Curtains, I believe. No, not quite yet. Okay. Well, I mean, going down to 2 and they have a torch in hand,
You
you can only block.
you always got a shot.
You always got a shot. Okay.
No, I mean, yeah, you're right. This is a really bad spot. I changed my mind about Alex Fierro coming back. Oh, we still have power left to play? All right.
Yeah.
Curtains. All right. I believe that was last match of the round. All right, so we're going to take a break. We're going to get Overmasters market looked into, and so hopefully we'll be back soon. We'll see. All right,
Okay.
but we'll be back with round number 5 in a little bit. Welcome back. Thanks for everyone's patience. We wanted to make sure we got just a deck issue sorted out, and
Right.
it is. And we're going to be proceeding with our second round, round 5 of Expedition. And
Throne.
Throne. Excuse me. Expedition is tomorrow. That's a Sunday thing. So Luke, coming back, we got a chance to see that Rat Cage deck in action a little bit before things cut
Very
out.
briefly, yes.
But
too brief, if you ask me.
it's going to be a fun thing to watch if we get a chance to see it. Some more, lot of moving pieces. You've got Cabal Scavenger, which works with the Rat King. It procs Frenzy. It procs the Throne Room. It procs Tormented, the Crown of Torment. So it's a card that was originally released as a common in Set 5 Defiance. One cost, 1/2 lifesteal, and really didn't get played very much, even in its limited format. It was kind of more of a niche player. I played with it a bunch, but I drafted a lot of Rat Kings. But now it's back and it's doing big things once again. And we'll get the chance to see it as it looks successful there. It certainly looked like it kicked the I won't use naughty language. It's the holiday season, but it really did a number on Kira there. Creation's definitely popular in the field, and
Yeah.
I don't. Do you recall offhand the name of the player who was playing that Rat Cage deck? Well,
Yeah, that was I'm Straight.
all right. Well, maybe we'll check out I'm Straight right now, as where players are getting started here in round number 5. Again, not single elimination today. We've got 9 rounds total of the Swiss portion, and we're going to be seeing looks like a mirror right now, actually, between Janot and I'm a Straight, and so that
could be an interesting match to see.
Yeah, so there's really sort of 3 major sort of quest relics, I would say. There's Rat Cage, there's Tormented Crown, which flips over once you've ended 3 turns where you've hit the enemy player.
Right.
And then there's the Throne Room, where every time one of your units hits the enemy player, your heroes get +1/+1. And then if you hit them enough times, you get a Daraka and then eventually an island. So kicking things off here with a Rat Cage. I'm a Straight just going to play Depleted Banner on turn 1, and now here things get going. Tormented Crown for Janot, and the race is on for them to flip that thing, because then it's whenever one of your units or their units hits a player, they draw a card.
Is it only units?
Oh, it might be.
I think
yes.
the Condemns will proc it as well.
Well, that'll be exciting. All right, so here's an Auto Tread coming down on turn number 2. Now
And then a
1/2.
Pitfall Trap.
Yeah, I'll take out one of the rats. So this Auto Tread could slow things down. Sultan Conclave for Janot. Yeah, there's no obvious way to play this with the Cabal Scavenger and the Condemns in the Throne Room. You'd like to have the Cabal Scavenger down before you played the Throne Room. But without having any heroes, maybe not the most important thing.
Panning from I'm Straight, which 1 turn too late, but still had undepleted power. Plenty of options available to them with 3 power and a fistful of 1 and 2 cost cards.
Now those rats can't block. We see that shield animation breaking on top of them. So if the Auto Tread wants to get down and proc both of these Tormented Crowns that they've just played, they can definitely do so. And no plays there from I'm Straight. They didn't play the Snowstorm Druid. They want to have up Condemn. Be curious to see what they're going to get out of their market.
Yeah. Condemn's not typically the market card you see due to its restriction, so it's very fascinating to actually see that in a deck list here in Worlds.
Yep. Tim, can we get a quick look at I'm Straight on the bottom their market? Just see what the options are going to be. Boar. Wow, that could do some work. Invasive Species, that's a bargain card. Obstructive Flicker, Open Contract, and Tesseract Technique. So a lot of possibilities we see 2 different modal cards there in the market. Yeah, and looks like we're going to see Condemn get played right now. All right, we can pull that away. It's going to go after the face. And I could imagine we could see Boar or...
Boar doesn't seem like a terrible choice
Yeah,
here.
Boar seems pretty good.
Quite a few relics in play at the moment.
Boar kind of has Proto Unleashed. It's a pre-Unleash Unleashed cards. Tripwire Granadin. That's going to go after right to the face here.
Yeah, wants to flip that crown as soon as possible.
Now Snowstorm Druid is going to Aegis up. And yeah, I like the way that they're playing this. Just playing it very carefully. Oh, look at that. They even got to loot a Nico into the void. So now Condemn is going to pop the face Aegis. And we're going to see Boar for Jano. So looks like this matchup, the early Boars can make a huge difference.
Mm-hmm.
Just getting to remove both of the enemy relics. And is this going to mean we're going to get to flip some of these crowns? Oh, wow.
Yeah, but they're about to be bored. Everything is now reckless.
Right. So we're going to see Boar take out a Curse of Torment. Oh, that's all good. So now both rats, and then a Thicket Trap is going to maybe pop everything here.
That seems to be the way to go here, yeah.
So the Tripwire Granite will die. That'll kill something.
Like this rat that just
I mean,
sprung
we're going to
into
get a
being.
pretty... This.
Oh,
Yeah. So they got to draw a card. And
right.
they got to get Nico back. So there goes the Boar from Jano. Yeah, and it looks like this game is going to get kind of messy here. Or at least not messy, as both players have really are going to maybe have really cleaned things up with Boars. Yeah, there we go. So there
Boar
goes
number
one
one.
of the curses, and then Boar number 2 is going to take out the throne room. So there's still a Rat Cage over there.
Condemn number 3.
You know, after a game where we saw a first match where we saw players just going really big with our Combrei deck, playing a bunch of A New Beginnings and creation projects, warping things, and just a ton of stuff going on. We're now a very small game.
Yes. I think the most expensive card in these lists is 3.
The throne room, yeah. So the Cabal Scavenger is going to take a damage from the rat. Condemn is going to take out the Cabal Scavenger. And I assume that means Jano wants to go in their market. Yeah, they got a Loot String Bow. I mean, we're just doing all these little, like, we got both Tripwire Grenadin and Loot String Bow. Do we? Yeah.
So many ways to do 1 damage.
Ping here, a ping there. Wow, look at that. Nico getting...
Pitched again, yep.
Yeah, so yeah, getting some long game value out of this interaction with Nico and Pitfall Trap.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Nico being drawn from the void whenever its frenzy is triggered, and lots of ways to hit face in the deck.
Now, Condemn is pretty nice against Nico. It deals 1, and it gives the thing it deals damage to Voidbound. So it won't come back to this opposing Loot String Bow. The question is, does Imastrade have something in the market they're interested in right now?
Looks like that will be the play. Yeah, this is looking like it's going to be a long game. Both players are pretty close to just completely out of gas.
Yeah, I mean, we're down to getting open contracts. Now, a second rat cage. And if we just use this loot string bow to just force our way through this tripwire granite,
I mean,
it's pretty painful.
yeah, but you've got 4 rats, and
we're going to lose at least one of them.
true.
Yeah, I mean, look.
Decided to go for face to proc the Nico.
Okay. Yeah, that's respectable.
Cabal Scavenger lets you loot with the Thicket Trap. Yeah.
So, yeah, they're going to just get rid of the painting so they could just play the Nico. Boy, this does not push that much damage through. You dealt 3, they gained 1, and you lost a rat. I mean, maybe that's still just the right play. Oh, okay.
There's a Fel Knight up. That's going to change things here.
Sure will. I mean, once we... Yeah, Amistrate kind of needs to proc Frenzy one more time. Oh, there we go, invasive species.
From the market. Bargained in.
Okay. So we're going to get a few more rats here. And yeah, Throne Room is... Well, you don't even deal any damage if you attack there. Wow.
Yeah.
Whispering Wind. Love it.
Yeah, Whispering Wind is very fun in this deck because it's so curated at 1, 2, and 3 cost, and Throne Room is the only thing that costs 3. If you want a Throne Room, you can almost guarantee get a Throne Room.
So Jano kind of ran out of stuff to do here, and they're gonna just go in. They're gonna, you know, get their Throne Room ticking up, but it's still not there yet. And Amistrate, we know their next turn is, well, they're just gonna win the game on the next turn. Okay.
Yeah.
So Amistrate takes it down. Yeah. I mean, so we could see kind of some of the dynamics going on. I mean, obviously both players want to get off to a fast start. You know, you can maybe overwhelm your opponent with Throne Room, with Curse of Torment. Now the problem is that both players are playing with Condemn, and they're going to go and get Boar. And in an ideal world, what you can do is maybe you can find a way to Obstructive Flicker the Boar, or Snowstorm Druid can maybe Aegis protect you a little bit. But ultimately, it's probably going to happen. So if I'm playing this matchup, first thing I'm going to be looking at with my hand is like, do I have a Condemn? And if not, do I think I can beat one getting Boar? Because, boy, it sure seems like you can really get set back. I will say that the one thing we didn't really see is Felnadept come online. And that card looks like it could be really good in these sort of longer games where nothing's happening. Or not nothing, but players are just squabbling over the ground over relics.
Yeah, the 3 health is also pretty relevant because just about every source of damage we saw was 1 or maybe there was a 2 in there.
Yeah, it certainly makes your blocking kind of tricky because, you know, it could easily, a 0-3 could block a 1-1. Next thing you know, it's just getting loot string bowed out.
Right.
Or tripwire granted in. So Jano starting us off with a Rat Cage. Amistrate, no plays. They're going to be coming out of the gates a little bit slower here. Now we'll see that Tormented Crown. We're going to get another rat. We're going to get to proc it once with the first rat.
Yeah, this is a very strong start from Jano here.
Sure is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough because, you know, you can go Rat Cage plus Pitfall Trap. It's not quite enough. I mean, we can already start looking at Condemn in both players' hand and imagining where that's going.
Probably Boar.
Probably. So no more relics in Jano's hand. They did get 2 rats this turn. Yeah, Tripwire Grenadin's pretty nice. You can pick off a rat, sits there as a 1/2.
Yeah.
Even if you kill it, it'll just hit another rat.
Also, at this point, if it dies, the crown will flip over.
True.
Since it just needs the one more hit, so very good position for Jano being able to refuel here, short of this Condemn finding that boar.
Yeah, and it'll be pretty big if Jano can find another Primal Influence, get that Obstructive Flicker to stop it. Looks like they might not be able to quite yet. And yeah, we see Artemis Street. They've got that Condemn ready to go. Yeah, this seems like a solid attack. And now I'm Straight's kind of thinking better of it because it's like if you're going to get hit, you're going to get hit. Right?
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Like, don't let your Whispering Wind die. Maybe you could have taken down a rat, but also you would... This game's going to have rats, let's be real.
Yeah, the game's going to have rats. The Whispering Wind is going to find a key piece here, likely the Throne Room. Like, yeah, you don't want it to die to a rat. It's 1 damage. You're at 20. And there's that Felna Adept, much earlier than the previous time, so we might actually get to see it do some work this time.
Alright, so Condemn. Gonna hit a rat. And we're gonna see Boar. But I don't mind the spot if you're Jano. I mean, post Boar, you're gonna have a Found Adept.
Mm-hmm. And there's the horn, the helm flipping.
Right. So one relic bites the dust, and then, you know, that Boar, each additional copy you play. So they didn't want to care about killing the rat. They just wanted to be able to cash that in for a little bit of value.
Yeah, respect the play.
It does feel... Okay, so a double Snowstorm Druid? So they're getting both the Aegises out now. And this is going to make things a little bit harder for Jano because now that Condemn can't immediately puncture the face, proccing Frenzy, and getting that Feln Adept online.
Jano's got his own Whispering Wind now.
Yeah,
well,
and that's pretty big
because
just having another flyer here makes it that much harder to for those Snowstorm Druids to get in. I think Street was kind of hoping that there wouldn't be any more flyers and they could just overload and then get that Throne Room going.
Right. Gonna play Throne Room anyway. Get some rats. Attack with everything.
Yeah, so just willing to kind of get in.
Find another Throne Room. We'll lose a Druid here. But, I mean, if your goal is to proc the Throne Room as many times as possible, this will do it.
Yeah, so for Jano, they could start to put together a new plan. You could Condemn face, that procs, that gets rid of the Aegis. Fire off a couple of boars and then loot one away to a Whispering Wind. That could be a turn.
Yeah. Yeah, that does seem pretty decent here. The fact that Condemn paves the way for Boar means Face Aegis doesn't protect your relics in this particular matchup. And there we go.
Alright, so we're going to see... So the Throne Room goes away. We're going to see the Rat Cage go away. Sure are.
We're going to see Rat Cage go away.
Now,
I believe
this is not going to work the way that Jano wished.
Well, I think they just discard Nico here.
Oh, okay. They're just going to discard Nico. Yeah, that makes sense. It's funny. They increased the cost of Boar so much they didn't have a 4-drop in there, anything more expensive than it. So there's Throne Room coming back down again.
Can still safely get in the air there. Attacking with the rats anyway, get that 1 point of damage, lose 1 rat.
Cost of doing business.
Throne Room number 3.
Yeah, this is starting. It feels like this is going to be a bad spot for Jano. Like, eventually these Throne Rooms are going to start going off, and once they do, yeah, like, you could play a Throne Room. They don't have any rat cages, so they're not proccing it. Oh, no, they do still have one?
Yeah, they still have 1. Yes.
All right, goodbye, Nico. Here comes another Throne Room.
Sometimes I feel like Nico's only job is to be thrown away.
Oh, he's got lots of good jobs.
So this time, I'm Straight does not have a 2 cost, so cannot guarantee finding a Throne Room here.
I don't think I'm Straight needs more Throne Rooms, but
You don't think they need Throne Room number 4?
Well, they could still get it if they attack with Whispering Wind.
Yeah, they might. Yeah, we're going to see lots and lots of chip damage for a bit here until one of those Throne Rooms procs. First person to get a Throne Room.
What is this attack? I feel like I'm Straight.
Yeah, that's surprising.
I think they were going to attack with their flyers, and they were like, well, the rats will get through, so I don't need to attack with the flyers. And it's true. If you attack with the flyers, one of those rats would have gotten through. But then maybe they didn't update it back to, wait, if I don't attack with the flyers, who's running in, who's taking on that Feln Adept?
Right.
Yeah, this is an interesting spot. So I'm Straight. Could have taken the hits, or could have stopped some of those hits, but instead they're just going to take it.
There's a Feln Adept. Paired with that Condemn, will certainly be able to possibly, well, not with the opponent also having a Feln Adept. Yeah, we're just going to see a lot of back and forth here for a bit, I suppose. And that looked like a no discard on that Whispering Wind.
Not there yet. They're getting close.
More Whispering Winds.
Yeah. Punch units coming through.
Nice thing about Whispering Wind, costs 2.
Facts. So there's Draka.
Yeah.
That'll stun one of these units for as long as they have Draka. There's another Throne Room. More rats.
Now, can get through in the air if hit face first, which I believe will give I'm Straight their own Draka, which seems good. It will be able to stun out the other Draka. Oh, this works too. Yep, that's right. Okay. Things are finally starting to come online with these thrones. Well, Throne Rooms. But I feel we're in for a bit of a grind yet.
What makes you say that? Yeah, it's tricky with so many Throne Rooms to know exactly where they're all at, but we'll be finding out over the next few turns. A Diplo Seal, and we're going to see big attack coming in.
Yep.
Poor Felnadeps. They never get to attack.
I don't think they can afford to. Not when the other person also has a Felnadept that can just block your Felnadept.
Wonder if this Condemn taking out a rat will be important. Let's see. We could also go face with the Condemn. That would kill the Whispering Wind on the block.
I'm thinking that might just be worth it. If you're not going to be able to get in with your Felnadept. Ah. Wants to
Yeah, we're gonna
go
flicker.
face first. Okay.
This is pretty great play. Really, really nicely done by Amistry. That I will guess is going to swing everything.
Mm-hmm. Didn't take damage. No throne rooms got
Yeah.
procced.
There's another rat. Auto tread.
Is I'm straight drawn to Nico yet?
It's a great question.
I don't remember.
Could be one in the void. We'll find out.
Yes, I'm sure.
There can't be one. They just condemned face a moment ago. There's
That's
another
right.
Duraka.
That's right. Yep, Duraka number 2.
Very nice. Locking that down. Cabal Scavenger, and I think Imistrate's got this. Don't see Jano
Yeah.
getting
this,
anything done this turn.
This seems like the end. Face Aegis on I'm straight. Not that Jano has any way of hitting face anyway. Those throne rooms were not getting procced.
So nice big swing there from that Obstructive Flicker. Deal 1 to each attacking enemy.
Mm-hmm.
The Condemn went face, which made the Felnadept large enough where it was now a 3/3. It could block the Whispering Wind. And then from there, I mean, as you said, just getting a turn where you just don't get hit at all. Pretty big. So I'm a straight takes it down and wins that match. We'll check and see what's going on. Sounds like we got another one out in the wild, still waiting to get a result. So we'll go scope it out.
Hard to imagine someone being grindier than that match, but
Yeah. So Portage, top of your screen. What's the game count at, Tim? And this is game number 3, and you gotta like the spot for its 10s. I mean, they got it all rolling, and looks like they're going to attack with everything, and then try to sit black and or just sit back with the Rallying Supplier, not attack with that one, so it can trade off with Plunk.
yeah, Portage has got a lot of cards in hand and not a lot of power to work with here. I don't think they have anything to do with that Fabruk.
Anything to kill?
Yeah.
I mean, there's Rhyme Conclave Smuggler. But not at the moment. Not in play anyway.
Yeah.
All right, so there's a Kira. Kira is online, and this is one of those nice spots with Kira where, yeah, Kira, there isn't actually a Silverblade intrusion, but the mere threat of that is really going to kind of trip things up for its 10s.
I think she's just going to get enforced. No. Going for the torch anyway. Bubble shield.
Yeah, and so now there's a bunch of info. This will pop the Aegis. And so now it's 10s if they'd like. Could go for that Valkyrie Enforcer. I believe I'm not sure what Rakano power that is next to the painting. So maybe they want to play a Creation Project this turn. We'll see.
That's a fair point. Yep. No great blocks here, so that's a pretty solid 6 damage. Yep. And then silencing the Kira. Yeah.
Yeah, and this sets you up to be able to go Creation Project plus Alessi's Choice next turn. Not that the Huru deck gives you a lot of targets for Alessi's Choice.
Right.
I mean, if Ikaria gets big enough or one of these units gets buffed up by an effect, it's good to go. We're not going to see much in the way of like bigger relics.
No, yeah. This is, okay, Envoy. possibly get some card draw out of the fast spells in hand. That said, I'm expecting Creation Project to slam down here, and big swing.
Yeah. And if you're its tens, it's you gotta try to make a guess as to how likely it is that you think there's a Silverblade intrusion. Right. What your attacks would be if you knew they had a Silverblade intrusion, and then what your attacks should be if they don't. It does seem likely true that Silverblade intrusion would have gotten used first last turn before Bubble Shield on the Kira.
I agree.
And so if that's the case, it is possible, they've drawn a couple of cards since then that they've picked one up, but there's also a good chance they haven't.
Yeah.
This is a pretty safe attack. I think if you're Portage, you maybe fire off a Levitate. I mean, it's tough. You only get so many bites at the apple on Levitate.
Yeah, I think Levitate gets 2 cards. If played on the Envoy, you might be able to find an intrusion in those 2 cards.
There's that, and then there's also the possibility that if you have Pristine Light in your market, you're going to want to try to draw a couple of cards here because you're going to want to try to find power number 6 for the Rime and Conclave Smuggler so you can go play it end. And they found power number 6. It's not a
yeah, it is depleted.
I think I might have fired off Bubble Shield on the Envoy because that one sticks around. And I would kind of want to know how likely I am to fire this off. Yeah, I think this plays fine. So they picked up a Hojin. Yeah, wow. So they drew 4 cards since the end of their turn.
Yes.
And did not find undepleted power. Really feels like the thing they were looking for the most. They're not dead. It's just going to be a little bit harder now that they don't get that easy picking up of the Pristine Light.
Right.
A lot of ways to play this. You might want to Rime Conclave Smuggler if you have something that can interact with the Creation Project. That could be a fine turn, and then you take like a hit. You are going to get pretty beat up, though. It's not going to be pretty.
Yeah, this is definitely a delicate situation for Portic. We've really wanted 6, like you said, for the Pristine Light here. That said, they can still play a lot of things. They're unlikely to be dead. Well, that's gonna
make things really hard.
Yeah.
Because now, if they have one Creation Project going, like even if you Vision of Austerity it in a couple of turns, but regardless, all right, we're gonna see Torch just go after Hojin.
Now the Creation Project have to block 3 things here.
And they're all going to be chump blocks.
Yeah.
Now the good news is that we are set up, if you're Portage, to be able to just go Rime Conclave Smuggler, Pristine Light, kill literally everything. The bad news is that you are going to have nothing on the board at 4 health against 2 Creation Projects. And so an Aurelian Supplier kills you, as do a number of other cards, Crack the Earth.
Naoki. Yeah.
Yep. Naoki would, I guess those ones don't, because the Rime Conclave's still around to chump a room.
That's true.
Now Crack the Earth does. I feel
yes,
good
Crack the Earth definitely does.
How about the Verbrugge on top? It's tense. How would you like to handle this? They're going to do it with Verbrugge. They had a Power Cell coming.
Okay, well, congratulations to It's Tense.
Yep. Very nicely done. And that's definitely a matchup which is, Creation aggro mid-range wasn't as much of a thing before the Creation Project, but one of the things that cards allowed it to do is a lot of times the way that a deck like Hurukira beats up on an aggro deck or somebody trying to attack back is they go and they get Stormhelt Plating, they get Pristine Light, and they just wipe out the board and say, you probably can't rebuild that well. And Creation Project is very good at rebuilding.
Yes.
All right.
It's almost like it's in the name.
What, rebuilding?
No, creation,
I
rebuilding.
gotcha. All right, so that's going to do it here for round number 5.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be back in just a little bit with the last round of the day, and we'll be finding out where things stand going into the second day. So stay tuned. It's going to be the last round of Throne, and it's going to be one you don't want to miss for sure.
Absolutely.
All right, welcome back. We got the last round of action here. We're going to be checking out another set of throne matches, and then we'll be done with day number 1 of competition. Looking forward to tomorrow's expedition rounds. If we could take a look at the leaderboard, Tim, at some point before these matches, that would be great. So as we can see, we got Iron Man, top 5-0. Your only 5-0 player. And then we've got the Overmaster at 4-1. So both these players definitely still have work to do, but they're in great shape.
Yes.
But then what we're going to see is we are going to see a whole glut of players from 3 down through 9 at 3-2. And then as we look farther down, we've got a number of players on 2 and 3 going all the way down to 13th. And so what that means is that really almost the entirety of the field is still alive and is still playing for quite a lot.
Yep.
Could still make it to that top 4. This is going to be a big round, though, because picking up your 4th loss is a spot you don't want to be in. And if you can avoid getting your 3rd loss before you head into expedition, that's even better.
Yep.
Maybe means the difference between you needing to run the table or not to make it to that top 4. And so, and also, you don't need to literally make it to the top 4. If you can just get there and be high enough in the standings and be tied with somebody who is in the top 4, you're going to get an opportunity to play that playoff match. All right, so we've got one more set of throne games to check out here. So we've seen Creation win a couple of times, beating Cambrai, beating Hurukira. We've gotten to see a little bit of the Rat Cage throne room mirror, which is something, which is really something. And then we'll get to see a little bit more action this round. I wouldn't mind getting to see that Argenport deck, but I'm sure if Lights Out Ace is playing, you could see that medium Argenport deck anytime you want. All right, so Collector at the bottom of your screen, they're going to be playing this Elysian Spells deck. So they've got Master Conjurer, and nice for them, they're going to get things kicked off with a couple of copies of Dinosaur Nest. Meanwhile, up top, Gozu with a not particularly fast-looking creation draw.
No.
And these torches are just not going to line up very well against what Collector's got cooking up for us.
Yeah, it can get rid of a couple of dinosaurs, but it's really not what you want to be spending your torches on if you can avoid it.
Yeah. Now, what they might be able to do is get a Crack the Earth and use a torch to be able to open things up for an Arc of Soul, and that can accelerate them further up the curve. So we will see our first cultist get made by Crack the Earth. We're going to see them not go into the market, and then they're going to play an Abundance here. Oh, hitting an 05 Mithril Guardian. That, there's probably some better 3-drops they could hit.
I can think of a few, yeah. Still can charge in here.
And they went for Aurelian Supplier as opposed to the Torch plus Arc of Soul line. It's going to be very hard for them in future turns to get that cultist through. So
yeah, but they didn't really have terribly much to accelerate into. I can see why they would hold on to the torches here.
All right, so there's Wump and Mizo. We got Droll ascending, and things are looking very nice here for Collector.
Yep. I think we're going to see one of those torches come down on this Droll, though. Do not want to let him get out of hand.
Seems like a fair bet. Torch takes out Droll ascending. Gonna see an attack by Cultist and the Supplier.
Collector valuing the flying more than the overwhelm. Suppose that's fair when they're only 1/1s, but they'll grow up to be 3/3s and 5/5s eventually.
They sure will. Yeah, we're gonna get the 3rd dinosaur out of the 1st nest, the 2nd out of the 2nd nest, and pretty soon next turn we're gonna be flipping over one of these nests. Nev Merchant, what do you got in the market for us this time? Trials and Tribulations. Ooh.
That's spicy. With all of these dinosaurs about to grow to 3/3, this will make them 4/4. The Merchant will also live, growing up to a 3/4. That's not to mention getting rid of everything other than that 0-5 on.
Yeah, the Mithril
Goes.
Guardian's going to hold strong. No big deal. So Trials and Tribulations deal 2 damage to each unit. Each of your units that survives. It's +1/+1. Alright, so that other torch means the second supplier works. But yeah, there's not going to be a lot of units left standing. And Gozu, really sharp player. They know this Trials and Tribulations is going, so they were not afraid to throw away a 2/2 to get a little bit of extra damage in here.
Yeah. Solid 4 damage. Every bit counts when you're about to be staring at a fleet of 4/4 that are about to turn into 6/6. Like, this is looking very good for Collector here. Like, Gozu has a creation project, but that does not stop dinosaurs from chewing on your face.
Yep, and Collector not using their Equivocate. They could have not attacked the Geneva Merchant to go into the market, but honestly, they got into this point in the game where they were so far ahead that using additional resources doesn't really help you
Right.
get farther ahead that much. But maybe if the game took a weird turn, you'd want to have that flexibility of being able to go into the market, having that Equivocate still in your hand. All right, so Collector is up a game here, and
Yeah, that was a very quick win. But, I mean, when you have 2 dinosaur nests, it's hard to come back from that.
it sure is. Okay, so for Gozu, they will get the benefit of being up first in game number 2. And yeah, they'll be hoping that they don't get so far behind a dinosaur nest. All right, so here we are looking at another hand for Gozu. Yeah, that hand didn't have the things I want in this matchup. This one has a Crack the Earth, and they're on the play, and I believe they've got at least 1 time painting, if not 2. And so they're going to be able to play that and then probably use Arc of Soul to get them up to an early creation project.
Right. Yeah. Playing Creation Project on turn 3, much better than playing it on turn 2.
I have to agree with you. What's going back into the market? Oh, they're going to throw back one of those tomes. They're going to chip on in with Cultist, and now they can play Arc of Soul from their market since they hit the enemy player with a Cultist. Sacrifice a unit to play a sigil of your choice from your deck, depleted and gain 2 health.
Right. Seems like a pretty good bargain.
All right, how about Wump and Mizo?
Also pretty good to actually play on turn 2. That's not easy to do. Getting free snowballs from Wump and Mizo, who will flip once the 4th one is played.
Nah, they're going to
Well,
get silenced.
never mind.
So we'll see Plunk, and then maybe another symbol. So they've got a lot of Primal Influence, up to 5 now.
Yeah. Probably hoping to get a draw sometime soon here. Draw starting at 6. Primal, that's pretty scary.
So big inflection point here for Gozu. If you want to play the game fast, you can throw down a Naoki, throw down an Inferno Phoenix at attack.
Yeah.
And that's the name of the
Huge
game
9
speed.
damage, yeah.
And if you're a collector, you have an Equivocate to deal with the Phoenix. Is there anything better?
Well, if there is, we'll see in a moment from that market. Permafrost.
Oh, a classic. And is collector going to draw a card with Plunk? They are. All right.
Okay. Not equivocating the Valkyrie beforehand. Naoki, that's another 8 damage.
Yeah. There is an Equivocate for that one. There's a Waystone Igniter.
Waystone Igniter can drop a couple of bodies, gain a couple of health off of. Yeah.
So Torgov's Wares, draw 2, discard 1, gain 2 health.
Playing the symbol. I was expecting playing the sigil there into the Waystone Igniter.
There's a Helio coming. Not going to be able to get to that right away because of debt. But yeah, Gozu, the hits keep on coming. They force a jump with Naoki.
Another Wump and Mizo.
Yeah, you can't play both of them. Because if you play both of them, you just die to... I actually think they're about to die here because of their own snowball. Because the snowball's going to go face. Gozu's going to play Creation Project, and then that's going to be exactly lethal with the Valk Enforcer. So Wump and Mizo really doing big work here for Gozu.
For Gozu, yeah.
Okay, that also plays Pristine Light to put on the... oh my gosh, that's a ton of damage. Wow, what a play. So Pristine Light kills Naoki, which was an Endurance Charge Overwhelm Exalted unit. And then it plays its Exalted weapon, which was, you know, a 6/6 or a +5/+5 onto the Inferno Phoenix, which was permafrosted. And because the Inferno Phoenix picked up Endurance from that Exalted weapon, stun breaks.
Ready to immediately.
It's ready to go. And then that was an 8. It was 8 times 2, so 16 damage from the Phoenix, and then another 3 from the Valkyrie Enforcer. So it turned out to... I saw a line where it was exactly lethal to the snowball. Gozu found a line that dealt about an extra 15 damage. So, you know.
I mean, there's no kill like Overkill, right?
No kill. That's right. There is no kill like Overkill. All right. That's why Gozu's one of the best. All right. So they've tied it up going into pivotal game number 3 here. And we're going to check that out right now.
Yeah. Could go either way.
Yes. You don't want to call it? All right, we're going to
I'll
let them play it out.
Yeah, I'll let them play it out.
All right. So Gozu redrew once. They've decided to keep.
It's not the best hand, but it plays cards.
Well,
You've
it's going to be
turn
annoying
one
here.
Crack of Earth into the Arc of Soul again.
You would if it wasn't for a turn 2 Wump and Mizo.
Yeah.
And now you can't play the crack because it'll just get snowball in a second.
Yep.
Gozu did not find anything to do on turn 2, so... No, the good news is for Gozu is that I don't think... Oh, Collector could play that Silence if they wanted to get onto the board.
Yes.
And they are. They're going to get to play this Master Conjurer.
Yeah, that.
Collector is thinking about attacking. I would bet that they're worried about attacking this Wumpa Mizo away into, like, an abundance.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not even going to. We're going to see another snowball.
Probably going face.
Yep. Now, if Gozu wants, they can Zoltan Conclave and get down the Valkyrie Enforcer and silence the Master Conjurer.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. Wumpa Mizo will flip, but they have the Pristine Light in their hand to deal with Wumpa Mizo. They have the Vabrook to deal with Wumpa Mizo. The Conjurer is the bigger threat.
Gotta agree. And you like the combination of make snowballs with mandatory retirement.
Yeah, that's pretty fun.
But we're not going to do that. We're going to go face here. And Collector is looking into the market. And they have picked up a Sodi Spellshaper.
Ah. More cards, more Equivocates. Can't go wrong.
All right, Vabrook will now take out the Wump and Mizo. And it does feel like Gozu's doing a nice job at turning this game back in their favor. Oh, wow. Master Conjurer just willing to give up the chump. So now is it throw on Sodi Spellshaper and have some fun? We're going to Torgov's Wares first. It did not pick up power number 5.
Yeah.
This is not a great spot here for Collector. is it Plunk first or is it Dino Nest? We're gonna get the Dino Nest going, but if Gozu just plays undepleted power and plays a Naoki, that is 3 + 4 + 5. That's 12.
Yeah, that's considerable amount of damage right back.
Yeah, more than half of Collector's health total goes away on that one swing. 22 down to 10. Sodi Spell Shaper is going to get to deal with the Naoki. The Genev Merchant will make an attack. Finds a Primal Etchings and...
Oof.
Oh yeah, that Caldera Captain, big game. So another Verbrugge here.
Yeah.
Can't kill, but what this sets up really nicely is this is a chump. Collector is going to drop down to 3. And then that Crack the Earth can go and get an Inferno Phoenix at the end of turn. And with Collector at 3, going to need a lot of help here.
Yeah, not a flying dino, so can't block the Phoenix that way. Not to mention the other 3 units. This is
It's
oh.
So we're going to get off a chump here on the Genev Merchant to, just deny an extra card. Reasonable play. I mean, Collector just has so much to come back from. I'm not sure how they could pull it off here.
Well, they've got an Etchings, but...
Yeah, I mean, even to get into the market, it requires you to go plunk
first
and exhaust it. I mean, the exhaust part of the Etchings is the cost that sometimes feels like nothing. In a spot like this, it's a lot to deal with.
Yes.
And looks like Gozu is going to come back from that 1-0 deficit and take this match down. So it's a good spot to be for them.
Congrats to Gozu.
Yeah. All right, so we'll see if we can get into another match here. Yeah, that Elysian Spells archetype, it's one that we haven't seen as much of in recent months. But Master Conjurer is still a nice card. Wumpen Mizo got nerfed, but it can be pretty nice against the Dinosaur Nest specifically.
Yes.
Just helping you keep pace with that. It doesn't get as big as it once did, only getting up to a 4/4, dies to things like Searing Fist now, but still a strong card. Just wasn't enough. I mean, for Collector, the issue there was that once their first wave of threats got kind of managed, the Master Conjurer got silenced, the Wumpen Mizo got Verbrugge. I mean, Verbrugge is just one of the best cards in the game. All right, so now we see a Lethrai Kidnapper. Sure, why not?
I'm going to guess that came into play from that abundance in the discard there. But yeah, that's a pretty fun card. Not one you see very often.
No, and Portage is going to have some options here with multiple copies of Rime Conclave Smuggler. Looks like that Hojin in play has already renowned.
Yes.
So this is a nice little play. You play the Hojin first. It does telegraph to some degree the what's going on here with the Silverblade Intrusion. But nothing wrong with that because it's just going to be a really strong play when you go save my Plunk, proc my Hojin.
Right.
And every bit of power you get into play helps. With a card like Rime Conclave Smuggler, you can go like play it next turn, I'll play the thing I get off of it. But when you can get into that range where you're playing it and getting impactful 3, 4, 5 drops off of it and playing them the same turn, you're really doing a lot to maximize how much you're doing in the game and also how likely it is that those cards are impactful. Now, Naoki has been looking great and comes down once again for a big, big swing.
Yeah, that's 13 if unblocked. Yeah, if Portic had a power in hand, I could see maybe not blocking here and hoping to swing back, gain 8 life steal, but...
Yeah, if Portage levitates their Hojin, they could trade with the Lethrai Kidnapper. When that one dies, you do get to draw a card, you meaning the opponent.
Right. And that is exactly what they're going to go for here.
All right, so Kidnapper dies, every player draws a card. It's another Hojin into a Bless of the Wild.
All right. Portic is at that all-important 6 with the Rhine Clave, but can only kill the Naoki here. Maybe worth it. Doesn't sound worth it, but you are at 10. Has to find a way to deal with the Enforcer as well. Lots of options.
Oodles and boodles. Plunk making quite an attack here. This is, yeah. Wonder... Because if you can bless the Plunk if Naoki blocks, it gets it up to a 5, and then you will get the Exalted Weapon going on to something. It'll be interesting if Watchwolf decides to put it on like the Supplier. I wouldn't be shocked because I think they already consider that Valkyrie Enforcer to be quite a good threat.
Right.
The other thing that's just so... Alright, so they do go on to the Valk Enforcer. That was a weird play. Just to be clear. Like, why would you chump attack there? It does look like this is going to work out pretty nicely for Portage. So yeah, there's Bring to Justice and silence its on an enemy unit if you have Aegis, kill it instead.
Right.
And this board looks a lot more manageable than it did a moment ago. Watchwolf still got good cards coming, so.
Yeah, hasn't even played that Creation Project in hand, despite being at 7 power. Like, how often do you see Creation Project as the leftmost card with 7 power?
Yeah, I mean, it's not often, but I think, you know, there's this thing where you don't want to fall too far behind on the board where even your best plays can't catch you up. And the good news about Creation Project is that as long as the game keeps going, it eventually will kind of take over.
Right.
So not falling too far behind, keeping your opponent under the gun, these are all great things. Especially when you consider the fact that, you know, if your opponent is playing with Justice Etchings, Rime Conclave Smuggler, they have the ability to go into the market and find an answer
Omen.
like an Omen of Austerity. So Vision of Austerity is a spell. It transforms an enemy relic into an Omen of Austerity, Cursed Relic, and that spell says you can't play cards with the name of the thing I transformed for the rest of the game.
In this case, Creation Project. So now Watchwolf just doesn't have access to it. So yeah.
Their Dinosaur Nest still is going, but Portage is ready to gas back up. They're about to play 3 premium 2-drops in the same turn here, potentially. Ikaria Valkyrie Captain, Kira Ascending, and Plunk Wumpkin.
Ikaria is going to find a Sigil first, looks like. Get in for 4 with some lifesteal. Watchwolf says no.
It's an all-nighter that's going to put that down to the bottom of the deck. Now we're going to see another dinosaur come out. And if Valkyrie Enforcer silences the Ikaria, this is a very dominant position in the air now for Watchwolf.
Yes.
Combray Lawmage threatens to lock these players out of playing too many things in a turn. Alright, so Zoltan Conclave off the top. Another dinosaur. We're going to kill the Kira.
Swing for 5.
Coming across for half your remaining health total. And that's Valkyrie Enforcer. But it's going to be a lot.
Barely enough. Yeah.
Yeah.
Silence the Enforcer, block a dinosaur, go down to 1.
I mean, these are going to be some pretty gnarly blocks, though, because that dinosaur nest is flipping.
Yes.
Watchwolf comes to the conclusion they should chump. Do not allow them to see an extra card. which could get them out of this. But
Nope, changed
wow.
their mind.
Great no block from Watchwolf as unless Portage finds some action, maybe, no, I guess they're going to just survive here. Well, the Verbrook has other thoughts. Oh, yeah.
Verbrook frequently has other thoughts.
But yeah, you know, not. Oh, they get to blow up the Omen of Austerity, sure. So if they had other creation projects, they can play them again in the future. It's not going to come to that, as Watchwolf 92 is going to take this one down. So good,
Okay,
good
yeah.
for them.
Congrats to Watchwolf with an extra game going into day 2.
Yeah. All right. Is that it for today?
Okay.
All right. If we do have live leaderboard, Tim, we could show that up one more time. As a reminder, direwolfdigital.com, it's got news on Behemoths of Thera,
Yep.
and pre-orders for that will start on Monday. We'll be back here at the same time tomorrow morning, 11 a.m. We'll be kicking things off with 3 rounds of Expedition, then moving on to our top 4, which will be single elimination best of 5 matches. So we can see Iron Man did not go the distance. They are just 5-1. We have a number of great players at 4-2, and then a little bit farther down, we've got a healthy amount of the field at 3-3 or better. So, I guess we'll see where other breaks lie, but a ton of the field is still live. Those next 3 rounds of Expedition tomorrow are going to be some of the biggest matches of the year. So we look forward to bringing you each of those.
Right.
And yeah, anything else we got to do before we sign off for the day?
Go check out the Behemoths of Thera.
All right,
Yeah.
Go check them out. They're coming. All right, until tomorrow, Andrew Beckstrom and Luke Wyman signing off here from Direwolf Digital. Thanks to our production team, Tim Eller, and all the great folks in QA. And we will be seeing you tomorrow at twitch.tv/direwolfdigital for day 2 of the 2022 Eternal World Championships. Until then.
See you then.